Welcome back to Game of Theories, where we ask the questions the histories never dared to. Today's tale: what if Jon Snow was claimed by Drogon beyond the wall and returned as a dragon king? If you're enjoying these journeys into the worlds that might have been, do hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so the next story finds you the moment it drops. Now settle in by the fire and let's begin. Chapter 1. The cold rode the cold beyond the wall did not bite. Biting was a thing that ended. This cold worked the way a creditor worked, patient and total, taking a toll on every breath until a man owed it everything he had, and then went on owing. Jon Snow had learned to think of it as a person, because a person could be reasoned with, or at least anticipated, and there was a furtive, disgraceful comfort in pretending the white silence had intentions. It did not. That was the first thing the haunted forest taught you and the last thing you forgot. The cold wanted nothing. It would kill you and feel no triumph, and the not feeling was somehow worse than malice would have been. 6 of them rode north from the fist of the first men under a sky the color of old iron. 6, where Mormont had sent out 20 patrols and called them his eyes. Jon counted them as he counted everything now, which was constantly and without deciding too. 6 men, 11 garrons, 4 days of hard bread, 1 map that lied, and a quantity of fear that did not fit on any tally, and so he left it off. "You're doing the thing," Dywin said, riding up on his left. The old forester had a face like a saddle left in the rain and a mouth that whistled where teeth used to be. "The thinking thing. I can hear it like a millstone with no grain. I'm navigating." "You're brooding. Stark men brood, it's bred in. Your Lord Father could brood the warmth out of a room." Dywin worked his wooden teeth, clack and clack. "Tell you what the cold smells like tonight, boy. Tell you and you won't believe me." Jon waited. Out here you let men talk, because talk was a fire you could carry, and because Dywin had ranged this country for 40 years and was alive, which was an argument that beat any other. "Smells empty." Dywin spat, and the spit froze before it found the snow. "Not animal empty, not winter empty. I've smelt them both, and they've got a bottom to them. This is the other kind, like the world cleared its throat and decided not to say the thing it was going to say. The horses felt it too." That was the part Jon kept returning to, turning it over for the part that made sense. Garrons were stupid, sturdy, stubborn beasts who would walk into a blizzard if you pointed them at it and complain only with their ears. These had been wrong since midday. They walked too close together. They wanted the center of the line, all of them, as if the edges of the column were a cliff. He did not say so. There was a discipline to ranging that had nothing to do with vows, and the heart of it was this: you did not name the thing you feared until you could also name what to do about it. A named fear with no answer was just a contagion. He had watched it move down a column once, man to man, like a fever, and he had decided then that he would carry his own and infect no one. "We make the ridge before dark," he said instead. "There's a hollow on the lee side, Quhorin marked it, wood enough for a fire if we're careful." "Careful," Dywin echoed and laughed without sound. Listen to him, Lord Commander Careful. But he reined back into the line, and the millstone in Jon's chest went on grinding, and the iron sky lowered another finger toward the trees. They had come north to find the dead, not in those words. The old bear did not put it in those words, because Jeor Mormont was a man who had spent his life refusing to give monsters the dignity of belief, and he was not going to start in his 60th winter. "Mance has emptied the villages." Mormont had said it in the long tent on the fist, the wind trying the seams, the raven on his shoulder shifting from foot to foot and muttering corn. He had a map spread on the camp table, weighted at the corners with whetstones, and his finger moved across it as he talked, touching the names of places. Every village. White Tree the Antler, the holdfasts on the Milkwater. The whole free folk, Snow. Spearwives, Skinchingers, the clans off the frozen shore. The cave dwellers of the Frostfangs who haven't bent the knee to anyone in 1,000 years. All of them, walking to Mance Raider like iron filings to a lodestone. Gathering for war, Jon had said. An army, to come over the wall. That's what Thorne says. Thorne sees an army because an army is a thing he knows how to hate. The old bear's finger had stopped on the map, on the blank space at the top of it where the Meisters had given up drawing and simply written "Here be cold." But you don't herd 100,000 starving people south to make war. You herd them when there's nowhere left to stand. A man runs toward a wall he spent his life climbing over only when the thing behind him is worse than the wall. He had looked up then, and his eyes in the lamplight had been very old and very tired. I need to know what's behind them, not the songs, not the grumpkin tales the green boys whisper on the watch. The thing itself. Find me the shape of it. That was the ranging. 6 men, to learn the shape of the thing that had frightened 100,000 wildlings into the arms of their oldest enemy. Jon had volunteered. He told himself it was duty and knew it was also the other thing, the thing he did not have a clean word for, the restlessness that had walked him to the end of the world and was still not satisfied. Ghost would have come. He thought of the direwolf with the ache you feel for a missing tooth, the tongue going back and back to the gap. The old bear had ordered the wolf left at the fist. A white wolf in white country was an arrow pointing at them, Mormont said, and he was right, and Jon had argued anyway and lost, and now there was a cold beside him in the saddle where warmth used to ride. The ridge came up out of the murk like the spine of a drowned thing. They found Quhorn's hollow, and it was real, which felt like a mercy in a country that had stopped granting them. Tollett got a fire going in the lee of a leaning sentinel pine, mean and smoky, and they crowded it and chewed frozen bread, and did not talk about how the dark came down too fast, the way it had been coming too fast for a fortnight, the sun losing ground it should have held. Days are shorter, said Gren, because Gren said the thing everyone was thinking and called it conversation. That's not right, is it? It's not even proper winter yet. Meister at Castle Black, he'd know the date, Days get short in autumn, Tollett said. Dolorous Ed had a voice built for funerals and a face that agreed with it. Then they get shorter. Then the sun goes out like a snuffed candle and we all freeze in the dark and the crabs eat us, except there's no crabs up here so nothing eats us, we just lie there. Forever. Frozen. Looking surprised. He prodded the fire, passed the bread. Jon took first watch because he could not have slept, and watching gave the not sleeping a purpose. He climbed to the lip of the hollow and put his back to a boulder and let his eyes do the slow work the night demanded. Never staring, always sliding, because a fixed eye in the dark invented things and a moving eye found them. The sky had cleared. That was the gift the cold gave back, the one thing, the only thing. The stars beyond the wall were a glory the soft south never saw. They burned in their thousands, hard and close and utterly without mercy, and the longer he looked the more there were, depths behind depths, until the black between them stopped being empty and became a kind of fabric taut, holding all that fire from falling. And one of the stars was wrong. He found it the way you find a single false note in a song you half know, a wrongness first, then the location. Low in the north, above the black saw of the tree line, a red star where no red star belonged. Not the thief, not the ice dragon's eye. A new one, and it had a tail, a long smear of dull copper light dragging behind it across the dark, and it did not twinkle the way the others did. It bled. That was the word that came to him and would not leave. The star was bleeding into the night. He had read of such things in the Meister's books at Winterfell, in the years when reading was a way to be somewhere other than the place a bastard occupied at a lord's table. Comets, the Meisters called them, and disagreed about everything else. An omen of greatness, said one. The harbinger of a death, said another. A frozen stone that wandered the dark on a road of its own and meant precisely nothing, said a third. The dry old skeptic Jon had liked best, because the third sort of answer was the only kind a man could build anything on. He chose the skeptic's answer and did not believe it. The fear in his chest had no respect for meisters. You see it. Daiwin had come up the slope without a sound which a man his age should not have managed, which was a whole career's worth of staying alive compressed into a habit. He looked north at the bleeding star and his ruined mouth worked. Aye, there it is. You've seen it before. Not it, not this one. The forester pulled his furs tighter. But there's always one before. My grandsire told it and his before him, and you laugh at old men's tales until you're the old man telling them. The cold comes back, every long age it comes back, and there's a red wanderer in the sky to light its road. He clacked his teeth once. Star like a wound, that's what my grandsire called it. Said when the wound opens in the sky, the dead remember how to walk. That's a story. Aye. Daiwin turned to go back down to the fire and the small warmth and the men who were not yet dead. He paused. So's the wall, boy, so's the wall, and you're standing on the wrong side of it. John kept the watch after Daiwin went down, and he did not look at the bleeding star again, because a man who stares at the thing that frightens him teaches his fear to grow, and a ranger learns to ration his looking the same as his water. He watched the dark instead, the moving dark, sliding his eyes along the tree line and back, and made himself think about ordinary things, the count of the firewood, the miles to the fist, the road home. Below him the brothers slept the thin, cold sleep of men who knew better than to sleep deep, and Gren muttered, and Tolit did not, because Tolit claimed he never slept and only rested his eyes against the disappointment of waking. They were good men. In the rough manner the watch made men good, by burning everything soft out of them and leaving the iron. John had come to the wall a bastard looking for somewhere a bastard could matter, and he had found it, and the finding had cost him every warm thing he used to want, and he had decided he did not regret the trade. He thought that, on the ridge, with the star bleeding overhead, he would have a great deal of time later to learn how little he had understood about the price of anything. The horses screamed an hour before dawn. John was already awake. He had not so much slept as descended into a gray place adjacent to sleep, the place a ranger learns to rest in, where the body lies down but leaves a sentry posted behind the eyes. The first scream brought the sentry to its feet. The second brought him out of his furs with the longsword already drawn, Longclaw, the old bear's gift, its Valyrian steel drinking the dim firelight and giving nothing back. The Garans had broken their picket. He could hear them going, a thunder of panic into the trees, 11 horses choosing the cliff over whatever stood at the center of the line tonight. And in the place where they had been there was a man. There had not been a man a moment before. John was certain of it as he was certain of his own name, and the certainty was the worst part, because it meant the thing had not walked into the hollow. It had arrived. It stood at the edge of the dying fire, and the firelight should have warmed it and did not, slid off it like water off oiled leather, and it wore the black of the night's watch, frost-crusted, torn at the shoulder where something had bitten through cloak and mail and the meat beneath. "Arthur," Gren said, scrambling up. "That's Arthur, he went out with Waymer's lot, that's." It turned its head, and its eyes were blue. Not the blue of a Tully river or a summer sky or any blue that lived under the sun. They were the blue at the bottom of a glacier, the blue that has never been warm, lit from within by a cold, pale fire, and they fixed on Gren with an attention that had nothing human left in it, an attention like a door opening onto a room with no floor. Fire. John heard his own voice and was distantly grateful it did not shake. It came for the fire. Build it up now. Tolit understood first, because Tolit expected the worst of everything, and was therefore rarely the one surprised by it. He threw their whole reserve of wood onto the coals, the careful hoard they had nursed across 4 days, and the flames leapt, and the dead thing that had been Arthur flinched from the light and then came on anyway, faster than a living man, faster than a thing with that wound had any right to be. What followed was not a battle. Jon would think about that later, in the rare quiet that lets a man turn over the worst hours of his life and look at the underside. A battle had two sides who both intended to win. This had only one side that wanted anything, and what it wanted was simple and total and made strategy meaningless. You could not threaten a corpse. You could not break its will because it had none. You could not make it fear for its life because it had spent that already and come back with empty pockets and no further need for the coin. Grenn swung and his sword bit into the dead man's neck halfway through and stuck, and the corpse did not stagger. It reached past the blade with both hands and closed cold black fingers on Grenn's throat. Tolet buried an axe in its spine. It did not care. Tywin drove a torch into its open mouth, and the frost-rimed beard caught, and the thing burned and went on strangling Grenn while it burned. And the smell of it was the empty smell. Tywin had been right. Even on fire it smelled of nothing, of a cleared throat and an unsaid word. Jon hit it where the firelight told him to. Not the body. The body was already dead and could not be killed twice. He took the head, Longclaw through the neck where Grenn's blade had cleared the way, Valyrian steel parting flesh and frozen bone with an ease that felt obscene. And the head came off and rolled into the snow, and the blue light in its eyes went on burning. The eyes still moving, still finding faces, the jaw still working around the torch. The body let go of Grenn. It did not fall. It groped across the snow for its own head, and the hand that had throttled a man closed on its severed jaw and began, with terrible patience, to lift it back toward the stump of its neck. "The fire," Jon said again, very quietly because some understandings arrive without volume. "Only the fire. Everything to the fire." They burned it. They burned the head separately, holding it in the flames on the end of a spear while the eyes screamed without sound. And they burned the body, and they did not stop until both were ash and grease, and a stink that would live in Jon's nose for the rest of his life. Grenn lay in the snow with both hands at his throat and a ring of black bruises coming up dark as the marks of an iron collar. And he was alive, and he wept, and no one shamed him for it, because 3 of them were weeping and the other 2 only weren't because they had forgotten how. Then the fire began to die, and they had thrown all their wood into it, and the dark beyond the hollow rim was very deep and very patient and full of stars. "That was one," Tywin said. His voice had aged 10 years in an hour. "One that wandered, one that lost its herd." He looked north where the bleeding star hung over the trees, brighter now, or seeming so. "Mance ran from this. The whole free folk ran from this. You understand me, boy? They ran toward the wall, toward us. Knowing what we'd do to them, they looked at what's coming and decided their oldest enemy was the gentler death. Then we ride for the fist," Jon said. "Now we warn Mormont. The old bear has 300 men and a hill with old walls. If the dead are moving in numbers, the horses are gone," Tolet pointed out in the tone of a man itemizing the reasons for his own funeral. 11 horses, all running the wrong way into the country full of the things. We're afoot. 4 days from the fist if we'd had mounts, 8 without, in country that wants us dead." He nodded slowly, gloomy and vindicated. "I always said I'd die in the cold." Everyone laughed. "Who's laughing now?" "No one's laughing, Ed. That's my point exactly. They went after the horses because there was nothing else to do. And because a horse meant the difference between a warning that arrived and a warning that froze in a drift with the men carrying it. They went at first light, such as it was, a gray seep that crept up the eastern sky and gave them shapes without color. They followed the churned snow of the stampede down the lee slope and into the trees, 6 men afoot in a country that had just taught them what it kept in its larder. And the bleeding star paled and did not vanish, hanging in the daylit sky like a thumbprint on glass. John took the lead because the lead was the most dangerous place, and he could not have asked another man to take it. The trees closed over them. Sentinels and soldier pines, black-green and heavy with snow, and between them the white ground broken by the tracks of the panicked Garons, and over everything the silence, the bottomless silence Tywin had smelled coming. They found the first horse a mile on. It had run itself onto a deadfall and broken a leg and lay screaming, a sound almost worse than the dead man's silence had been, because the horse was alive and afraid, and there was no help for it. John cut its throat himself. He was learning that mercy and murder used the same blade and the same motion and felt, in the doing, nearly the same, and that the difference lived entirely in the why, which was a thing only he could see and no one could check. That seemed important. He could not have said why. They found the second and third together, run to ground and standing blown and trembling, and that was something. That was hope. 2 horses, and Gren took the reins with hands that still shook and his bruised throat working, and for a moment the morning held the shape of a thing that might yet be survived. The wind changed. It came out of the north, off the Bleeding Stars country, and it carried the empty smell, and it carried something else under the emptiness, a sound that was not a sound, a pressure on the inner ear like the ache before a storm. The 2 horses lost their minds entirely. One tore free of Gren and bolted, the other reared and came down wrong and went over backward into the deadfall and lay thrashing. And the trees to the north, the black ranks of them marching away into the white, were no longer empty. Shapes moved between the trunks, many shapes. They did not hurry. That was the detail John's mind seized and would not release. They did not hurry because they did not need to, because they had nowhere to be and all of time to get there, and the men in the hollow had only the one short life apiece and were spending it fast. "Run," Tywin said, and there was no shame in it from a man who had ranged 40 years, because 40 years had taught him the difference between the deaths you fought and the deaths you fled. South. Run south. Don't stop for the fallen, don't stop for me, there's no warning gets carried by a dead man. Run. They ran. John ran with the others and then, somewhere in the white chaos of it, not with them. He never decided to separate. That was the thing about the deep woods in panic. The trees took you, the slopes took you. A man veered to clear a deadfall and another veered the other way, and the white closed between them like water over a dropped stone. He heard Gren's voice, then didn't. He heard Tollett shout something that might have been his name. Then he heard only his own breath, sawing, and the snow under his boots, and behind it, unhurried, the soft, enormous quiet of the things that walked. He ran until his legs were water, and his lungs were full of knives, and the gray light had wheeled across the whole short arc of the day and begun to fail. He ran along a frozen stream, and the ice betrayed him, and he went through to the knee in water so cold it felt like fire, and he hauled himself out and ran on with the leg already stiffening, already dying, because the alternative to running on a dead leg was lying down with the patient dark, and he was not ready. He found he was angry instead of afraid, and he held the anger close, because anger had heat in it and the cold did not, and a man could burn anger for a while if he had nothing else. The mill in his chest started up again as he ran, because the mill could not help itself, and it ground out the arithmetic of his dying. Wet leg, freezing. That was an hour less. Body emptied of food and water and warmth. Another hour past that. The things behind him did not tire and did not slow and would still be walking their unhurried walk when he lay down in the snow and could not rise. The arithmetic had only one answer, and the answer was the patient dark, and the mill knew it, and went on grinding it out, because that was its nature, and John ran anyway, because that was his. A man could disagree with arithmetic. It changed nothing, but he could do it, and there was a freedom in the doing the cold could not tax. The land rose. The trees thinned. He came out of the haunted forest onto the shoulder of a long white slope that climbed toward a saddle between two peaks, the bones of the world showing through black stone where the wind kept the snow from holding, and he climbed it because up was away from the things below, and because near the top, against the failing iron sky, he could see something that did not belong. A shape, enormous, black against the snow. His first thought, the cold-killed practical thought, was rock. A spur of the mountain's black bone, shaped by the wind. He climbed toward it because rock could be sheltered against, because rock at his back was a wall, and a wall was the first principle of staying alive, and because there was nowhere else on the whole white shoulder of the world to go. It was not rock. He understood that 20 paces out when the wind shifted and brought him heat. Heat, on the roof of the world, in the country the cold owned wholly and forever. A breath of warmth across his frost-burned face, and a smell that was not the empty smell that was its opposite, ash and brimstone and something animal and vast, the smell of a forge the size of a hall. The black shape rose and fell. It was breathing. He had seen the great auroch skulls in the crypts of Winterfell, and the bones of the dead giants the rangers brought back as proof and curiosity, and once, in a book with a cracked leather spine, an artist's drawing of a thing the artist swore had once ruled the skies of old Valyria. He had looked at the drawing the way a child looks at a map of a country he will never visit. A thing of the songs. A thing the dragon lords had ridden, the thing the Targaryens had brought across the sea, all dead now, all dead 300 years, skulls in a cellar under King's Landing, a story to frighten the credulous and stir the foolish. And yet the world, Jon thought, with the strange floating clarity that comes to a man when the arithmetic of his life has run out, the world had been full of dead things lately. The cold had emptied its larder of monsters the Meisters swore did not exist. Why should it have stopped at the ones made of ice? Fire kept its own dead somewhere, and the same star that woke the one might have woken the other, and called it north across the whole turning world to the one place cold enough to need it. The black shape on the mountain opened one eye. It was the size of a soldier's shield, and it was red, and it was not the dead blue of the thing in the hollow. It was the red of the bleeding star, the red of the forge, the red of every fire that had ever kept a man alive through a northern night, and it found Jon Snow standing small and frozen on the white slope, and it fixed on him with an intelligence that made the dead man's empty gaze seem merciful by comparison, because the dead thing had wanted only to kill him, and this thing was deciding whether to. Jon Snow stood at the top of the world with a dead leg and a Valyrian blade and a body emptied of everything but the grinding mill of his own mind, and the mill which had never once stopped, which had carried him through the hollow and the burning and the long white running. The mill finally, mercifully, fell silent. There was nothing left to calculate. There was only the eye, and the heat coming off the great black flank in waves, and the bleeding star hanging over both of them in a sky gone the color of the end of the world. Snow tried his voice and found it. It came out cracked and small and absurd, a sound a mouse might make to a mountain, but it was his, and he had decided long ago on the cold road that he would meet whatever came to him on his feet, and using his own words. "I see you," he told the dragon. The red eye held him. Far down the black length of the thing, deep in the chest the size of a sept, something turned over and woke, a sound like a furnace door swinging open, like the world clearing its throat and deciding, at long last, to say the thing it had been holding back. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Fire made flesh. The dragon was dying. Jon understood it as he understood the cold, all at once and without wanting to. He had stood close enough to dying things to know the look of it from the inside out, and the great black shape on the mountain wore that look in every line. The red eye burned, yes, but it burned the way a coal burns under ash, banked and failing. The breath came too slow. Frost had crept up the membranes of the folded wings and silvered them, and where the snow touched the black scales it did not melt, which was the wrongest thing John had seen in a night that had been a competition of wrong things. Snow should have hissed off a creature made of fire. This snow lay where it fell. The forge was going out. He should have run. He had a working leg and a dying monster, and the simple sense that the second fact gave the first one purpose. But there was nowhere to run to that the dead did not already own, and a man learns, beyond the wall, to weigh the death in front of him against the deaths at his back. And John had spent the whole night learning that the death in front was sometimes the kinder arithmetic. The dragon could kill him in an instant. The cold would take an age and the dead longer than that, and they would not even let him stay dead at the end. So he stayed. He stood on the white shoulder of the mountain and looked at the thing the song swore was extinct, and the thing looked back, and neither of them moved, two creatures at the end of their roads measuring how much road the other had left. "You came a long way to freeze," John said. His voice surprised him by holding. The dragon's nostrils flared, twin pits darker than the dark, and a breath of heat rolled out and over him, sulfur and ash and something beneath it almost sweet, like the inside of a smithy when the fire is high and the iron sings. The eye narrowed. Down in the vast architecture of the chest, that furnace door sound came again, lower now, a question with no language in it. He had read what the Meisters wrote of dragons, which was little, and what the singers sang, which was much and mostly lies. The one true thing he had carried out of all of it was a line from a crumbling book in Winterfell's library, copied from some Valyrian original by a hand long dust. A dragon is no slave. He had thought it a pretty phrase. Standing here, with the heat of a dying god washing over his frozen face, he understood it was not poetry. It was a warning, and a law, and the dragon on the mountain was the proof of it, because it had crossed the whole turning world to die free in the snow, rather than do whatever it was that had driven it from wherever it had been. The wind shifted and brought the empty smell. The dead were coming up the slope. They came the way they had come through the trees, without hurry, a long pale line of them breaking over the lip of the saddle and spreading across the white. Dozens, more than dozens. John saw the dead Garons among them now, his own party's horses, eyes gone the glacier blue, hides hanging in frozen tatters, and he saw men in the black of the watch who had been alive when this night began, and he saw older dead, things the cold had kept a long while, leather and bone and that pale, terrible light. And out before them, where the line was thickest, walked the ones who were not dead at all. He had wondered on the cold road whether the songs had a true thing buried in them about the others. They did. The singers called them beautiful, and the singers were right, and being right was the worst of it. 3 of them led the host up the mountain, tall and thin and graceful, armored in something that was not metal and not ice, and shifted color with every step so that they were the white of the snow, and then the blue of the deep, and then nothing at all, a man-shaped absence walking through the world. Where they passed, the frost ran out ahead of them across the stone. Where they passed, the failing daylight seemed to lean away, and they had come for the dragon. John saw that too, in the way the host turned its blind hunger toward the black shape on the mountain, and not toward the one warm living man standing in front of it. Of course they had. Fire was the old enemy of the cold, the only enemy it had ever truly had, and here was fire itself fallen wounded into the heart of the cold's own country. Fire made flesh and freezing, and the cold had sent its lords to put the last great fire in the world out forever. That, John thought, with the floating clarity that had not left him, that changes the arithmetic. He moved before he had finished deciding too. He put himself between the dragon and the host, which was the act of a madman, a single sworn brother with a sword and a dead leg standing in the path of the end of the world. And he did it because some sums you do not need to finish to know the answer. If the dead wanted the dragon dead, then the dragon was worth keeping alive. Everything in the night had taught him what the dead wanted. He could build on that. He could build on nothing else. The first wight reached him, and he took its head, Longclaw singing, and kicked the burning. No, it was not burning, there was no fire here, only the cold and the steel. He kicked the headless thing back down the slope into the ones behind it. Valyrian steel was a mercy and a curse. It cut them like cheese, and there were 1,000 of them and one of him. He fought the way the night had taught him, economical, no swing wasted, taking the joints and the necks, giving ground he could not hold, and the cold pale line came on and closed around him, and he understood that he was about to die for a dragon that would die anyway an hour after him, and he found that he did not mind as much as he should have. There were worse last acts than spite. He had decided he would meet what came on his feet. The dead were what came, he was on his feet. The dragon screamed. Jon had heard the horse scream, and the wind screamed through the wall's ice in the deep of night, and once, long ago, his own voice scream as a child when the world first taught him what he was and was not. He had never heard anything like this. It was not a sound the ears took in so much as a thing the body suffered, a pressure that drove him to one knee in the snow with both hands clamped uselessly over his ears, and it went up and up past where sound had any business going, and the mountain answered it, snow sliding off the peaks in white veils, and the 3 others stopped. They stopped. The cold lords who feared nothing in the world stopped on the white slope, and turned their eyeless faces toward the black shape rising behind Jon, and for the first time the host hesitated, because the dragon had remembered what it was. Jon turned in time to see it happen, and he would spend the rest of his life failing to find words equal to it, and trying anyway, because some things demand the trying even when the trying fails. The banked coal of the red eye flared to furnace white. The frost on the wings cracked, and fell away in sheets of glittering ruin. The great body, which had lain dying in the snow, gathered itself, neck arching back, chest swelling, and a light came up inside it, visible through the scales themselves, a deep red glow running up the throat like dawn coming up a valley, and the heat of it struck Jon's back like a wall, and the snow for 30 feet around went to water, and then to steam in a single breath. The dragon breathed. The fire that came out of it was not the orange of a hearth or the yellow of a torch. It was the color the heart of the sun must be, a white shading into a green gold that hurt to look at and could not be looked away from, and it crossed the slope in a sheet and took the host of the dead full on, and where it touched them they did not burn the way the thing in the hollow had burned, slow and stubborn. They went. They were there, and then they were a smear of grease smoke and a stink of 10,000 years of hell death released at once, and the fire rolled on through them and over them and up the slope to the saddle, and the snow itself burned, the way snow should never burn, hissing and roaring as the cold's own country was made, for one impossible moment, into a thing of fire. The 3 others did not run. 2 of them died, caught at the edge of the sheet, and Jon saw them die, saw the beautiful armor flash to white heat and the graceful shapes inside it come apart like ice dropped in a forge, a high keening shatter that he felt in his teeth. The 3rd moved. It moved faster than the dead, faster than a living thing, a blur of white sliding sideways out of the fire's path, and it raised one long arm, and in its hand was a sword that was not steel, a sliver of pale crystal that drank the dragon's light and gave back cold, and it threw. The crystal sword took the dragon in the wing. The scream this time had pain in it, and the pain made it worse, made it a thing with a bottom, and the great body convulsed, the wing folding wrong, and the fire guttered and the light in the eye sank back toward Cole. And the last other turned its faceless attention from the wounded dragon to the man who stood between them, and began, without hurry, to walk toward Jon across the burning snow. He had no plan. He wanted to record that in the ledger he kept behind his eyes, in case anyone ever asked him afterward how he had done the thing he did next. He had no plan, no clever sum, no calculation that came out right. He had a sword of Valyrian steel, which the song said could kill the others, and a body that had nothing left in it but the refusal to lie down, and he had the heat of the dragon at his back, real and enormous and his to lose. So he met the cold lord on the burning slope and they fought. It was nothing like fighting the dead. The dead had no skill and no fear, and that was their terror. The other had both, or had the things that stood where skill and fear stood in a living man. And it was beautiful, and it was fast, and the crystal of its blade rang against Longclaw with a sound like a bell struck underwater, and the cold came off it in waves that made the dragon fire-warmed air ache. It cut him along the forearm, and the cut burned with cold, and his hand began to die. It cut him along the cheek, and he tasted his own blood hot, the only hot thing on the whole White Mountain, and that was the moment the dragon moved. Not the fire. The fire was spent, the wound had seen to that. The dragon moved its body, the whole vast black weight of it, faster than a thing that size had any right to move, and its head came down out of the smoking dark like the fist of a god, and its jaws closed on the last other, and Jon felt the cold lord die, felt it through his boots, through the stone, a shatter that ran out across the mountain and silenced, all at once, the empty pressure that had ridden under the wind since the day before. The host was ash. The lords were shattered. The slope was a black scar of melted stone and steaming water under a sky going dark, and Jon Snow stood in the middle of it, bleeding from the face and the arm, alive, and the dragon set down its head and looked at him from a distance of 3 feet, and he looked back, and there was nowhere left to run and no reason left to do it. "There," he said. His voice came out wrecked. "We're not dead yet, either of us." The eye was very close. He could see himself in it, small and red and doubled. A black-cloaked figure curved across the dark mirror of a dying god's regard. The dragon's blood ran from the wound in its wing, smoking where it struck the snow, black as tar and bright as embers both at once, and Jon's own blood ran down his cheek and dripped from his jaw, and a drop of it fell, and a drop of the dragon's fell, and they struck the same patch of steaming black stone and mingled. He felt it happen. He would never be able to explain that either. A bonfire and a candle had touched wicks, and the candle had not gone out. Something opened. Not a door, doors were too small. A country opened. A vast hot red country in the back of his skull where there had been only the grinding mill. And into the country poured a presence so large that his first coherent thought was that he was being killed after all, that the dragon's mind had reached into his and was simply too big to share a skull with a man, and he would be burned out of his own head like a moth in a lamp. He was not burned out. He held. He did not know how he held. Later he would think it was the same thing that had let him refuse the arithmetic on the slope, the same stubborn, unkillable no that had walked him to the end of the world, and that this was the thing the dragon had crossed the world to find. Not a master. A dragon is no slave. The thing it had come for was someone who would not break and would not bend and would not flee, someone with a fire of his own, small as it was, that the cold had failed to put out. Someone whose blood, when it mixed with the blood of the dragon on the black stone, did not run thin and foreign but tasted, to whatever ancient sense the dragon used for tasting such things, like coming home. There was more, and it came faster than he could hold, the way a struck bell holds 100 overtones a man hears as one note. He saw the dragons get and their get after them, a line of black wings going back into a past that had no wall in it and no seven and no andals, only the freehold of old Valyria burning bright and cruel at the center of the world. Dragon lords on terraces of fused black stone, the chained fire and the unchained. The doom that ate them all in a single morning of ash, and drowned their works beneath a poisoned sea. He saw that the thing under his hand was older than the Targaryens who had imagined they owned it, older than the names men had hung on it, that a dragon belonged to no house and no king and consented, when it consented at all, to be ridden only by the rare creature in whom the old fire still ran true. He was being measured. He understood that much. Measured against 8,000 years of the burning and the dead, weighed in a scale he could not see, by a sense he had no organ for, and he had, by some accounting he would never wholly grasp, come back from the weighing not found wanting. In the Red Country, John saw things that were not his. He saw a city of canals under a brazen sun, and a pit roofed with sand, and a slight silver-haired woman climbing onto his back with terror and joy at war in her. And he loved her. The dragon loved her. The way a force of nature can be said to love the one creature small enough and brave enough to ride it. He saw the woman dwindle below as he climbed into a sky too bright, and he felt the leaving, the wild grief and wilder freedom of it, the something that had called him east and then north, a pull under the world like a tide under ice, a song with no words in a key the cold could not reach. He saw the long flight over the bottom of the world, the warm seas and the cold seas, the white wastes, the great wall lying across the land like a god's dropped blade, the pull dragging him over it and on north, to the one place cold enough to need what he carried, where the fire in him had begun to die because fire was not meant to live in the country of the dead. And he saw, threaded through all of it, faint and red and certain, a thing the dragon could not have known and somehow did, the way a hound knows its master's kin by scent, that the man bleeding on the black stone carried in his veins the same fire as the silver woman in the pit. Different vessel, same blood. The dragon had flown to the end of the world chasing a song, and the song had brought it here, to a bastard of the north freezing on a mountain, because the song was the blood of the dragon calling to its own, and it did not care in the least what name men had hung on the man who carried it. John came back into himself on his knees in the steam with his hand pressed flat against the great black flank, and the scales under his palm were hot, gloriously hot, fever-hot, alive, and the wound in the wing had stopped smoking, and the red eye, when he found it, had banked back down from furnace-white to coal, but the coal was steady now. Fed, the thing that had been dying when he climbed the slope was not dying anymore. He had not done it alone, and it had not done it alone, and the not alone was the whole of it. "I don't know your name," John said. The words felt absurd and necessary. "I don't know if you have one." In the Red Country something stirred, an image, a sound the silver woman had made, a name like a struck drum. He took it the way you take a stranger's hand in the dark. "Drogon," he tried. The flank under his palm shivered, and the red eye fixed on him, and the furnace door sound rolled out, and it was not a question this time. "All right, Drogon." Night came down on the mountain. Real night, not the false early dark the cold had been bringing. The sun set somewhere behind the burning peaks, and the stars came out hard and close, and among them the bleeding star hung lower than before, dimmer, as if it had spent the thing it came to spend. John sat in the lee of the dragon's body, in the only warmth in 500 miles, and bound his arm with a strip of his own cloak, and tried to make his frozen mind do the work that came next, because there was always a next. That was the cruelty and the gift of being alive. Mormont, the fist, 300 men on an old hill with a host of the dead between them and the wall, and no warning, because the only warning was sitting on a mountaintop with his hand on a dragon, and his whole understanding of the world cracked open like an egg. He had to get to the fist. He had to get to the fist tonight, and he was 8 days afoot from it, and he did not have 8 days. The fist did not have 8 days, and the thought was a wall, blank and total, the way the arithmetic of his own death had been a wall, And the same answer came to him now that had come to him then, the unkillable no. And on the far side of the no, this time, there was something more than spite. He looked up at the dragon. The dragon looked down at the man. In the red country between them an idea passed, not in words. Words were too small, but the idea was unmistakable, and it was the most dangerous idea Jon Snow had ever had, and it came to him not as a temptation, but as a simple statement of a thing that had become, in the last hour, true. He could fly. "You're hurt," he said aloud, to give the idea somewhere to stand. "Your wing. I felt it." The dragon's wing flexed, the membrane whole now, scarred but whole. The dragon's own fire having done in an hour what a maester's craft could not have done in a moon. Drogon was not a horse. Drogon healed the way a fire heals, by being fed and let burn. "All right," Jon said again, which was becoming the prayer he prayed when the world handed him something too large to answer properly. "All right." Climbing onto a dragon was nothing like climbing onto a horse. There was no saddle, no stirrup, no levasktan granted, only the great barbed ridge of the spine and the spaces between the spinal plates where a man might wedge himself if the dragon allowed it. And the only thing that made it possible at all was the red country, the bond, the place where Jon could feel what Drogon felt and Drogon could feel his intent before he formed it into motion. He set his foot on the foreleg where the dragon shifted to offer it, and he climbed the warm black slope of the shoulder with his dying hand and his living one, and he settled himself between two plates at the base of the long neck, and below him the whole vast body tensed and gathered, and he had time for exactly one clear thought, which was that he had no idea how a man stayed on, and then the wings opened. They opened like the world unfolding. They opened and blotted out the stars on either side, leather and bone and the faint red glow of the fire that lived under the skin, and they came down once, and the mountain dropped away beneath him. Whatever Jon had braced for, it was not this. He had thought it would be like the top of the wall, the long sick lurch of height. It was nothing like the wall. The wind tore at him and the cold reached for him and the bond held him, not physically. The dragon did not hold him with anything Jon could name, but he found that he knew, the way you know which way is down, where his weight needed to go, and he went there and stayed on. The peaks fell behind. The haunted forest spread below in the starlight, black and white and endless, and somewhere down there a host of the dead walked south toward 300 living men, and Jon Snow rode above it all on the last fire in the world. And the thing that rose in him then he would only ever be able to call one thing, though he distrusted the word and would spend years learning its weight. It was not joy, though joy was in it. It was not terror, though terror was in it too. It was the feeling of a key turning in a lock he had not known was a lock, in a door he had been standing in front of his whole life, the door behind which lived the answer to the question he had never been able to stop asking, the question that had walked him to the end of the world. What am I for? He had been a bastard and a brother of the watch and a sword in the dark, and none of them had ever quite fit, none of them had ever quieted the mill. Now the mill was quiet, and the wind was screaming, and the dragon's heart beat against his legs like the deep drum of the earth itself, and Jon understood that he had not been claimed by the dragon so much as recognized by it, the way a thing recognizes the shape of the place it was always meant to fit. Below and ahead, very far, a smaller cold light burned on the horizon, a fire on a hill, the fist of the first men, 300 men keeping a watch that would not save them. Around it, spreading in the dark like spilled ink, a deeper darkness moved. The dead had found the old bear. He made himself look at it as a commander looks, because grief was a luxury for the after, and there might be no after to spend it in. Through the bond he could feel the fire banked in the dragon's chest, and the feeling told him a hard thing. The fire was not endless. It was a well drawn too fast, spent and refilling, One great breath and perhaps a second before there was only claw and tooth and wait until the well climbed back. He could feel the hunger under it, vast and old and wholly indifferent to the line between an enemy and a meal. He could feel the wound in the wing, knit but tender, a place not to take a second spear of pale crystal. This was no sword a man drew and sheathed at will. It was an accord, negotiated breath by breath, with a power that suffered him, and might at any instant decide it had suffered him enough. So he bent low along the warm black neck, and he chose where to spend that first breath of fire as he had chosen where to set Longclaw on the slope. Not where the killing came easiest, but where it would buy the most living for the men on the hill. Jon leaned forward along the warm black neck and put his ruined hand flat against the scales, and into the red country he pushed the only word that mattered, the word that was a direction and a need and a promise all at once. There, he told the dragon, down there, they're mine. Help me keep them. The dragon did not obey, because dragons do not obey, but it agreed, and the difference was the whole of what Jon had become in a single night on a single mountain. He had climbed the slope a sworn brother with a sword and a vow and a clear narrow place in the world. He was something else now, riding the dark on a creature out of the best and worst of the old songs, and he did not yet have a name for it, and would not for a long while, and in the meantime there was only the work in front of him, which was the dead, and the men he meant to keep from them. The cold tore at him. The bond held him. Below, the beacon of the fist grew, and the darkness around it moved, and Jon leaned into the wind and let the last of his old life stream away behind him like smoke off a torch, because there was no carrying it where he was going, and a man flies lighter who has stopped pretending he can keep what the cold has already taken. Drogon turned in the air, a vast and terrible grace, the wings carving the night, and the bleeding star slid across the sky as the world tilted, and the fire on the hill grew from a spark to a coal to a beacon as they fell toward it, and somewhere in the red dark below, the dead looked up from their patient work and saw, for the first time in 8,000 years, the thing the cold had crossed the world to kill come screaming back out of the night to answer them. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3. The Black Shadow over the Wall. The fist of the first men was a ring of old stone on a high hill, and the dead had it surrounded, and the dead were patient, and 300 men of the night's watch had spent the night learning what Jon Snow had learned on the cold road, that you cannot win a war against an enemy that does not want to live. He saw it all from above, which was a vantage no man of the watch had ever held over a battle, and it taught him more in one circling pass than 10 years of the Meister's books. The brothers had the high ground and the old walls and a ring of fire they had lit around the crest, and the fire was the only thing keeping them alive, because the dead would not cross it, and so the dead simply waited at the edge of the light for the wood to run out. The watch had been burning their tents. They had been burning the dead they killed. They had been burning. Jon understood with the cold clarity the bond seemed to sharpen rather than dull, everything they had, and there was a great deal of dark beyond the firelight, and the dark was full of pale shapes that did not need to sleep. The arithmetic of the fist had one answer, and the answer was the same as the answer on the slope, and Jon had brought the only thing in the world that could change it. He did not announce himself. There was no way to announce a dragon that the dragon's own coming did not announce better. The dead at the northern edge of the ring looked up first, the way the host on the mountain had looked up, some old instinct in the thing that animated them recognizing the one fire that could end them. Then the living looked up, 300 faces turning pale in the firelight toward the screaming black shape falling out of the stars. And Jon heard the sound a man makes when his mind is asked to hold one impossible thing too many, a sound that was not quite a scream and not quite a prayer, rolling up off the hill in a single voice. Down, Jon roared. though they could not have heard him, though the word was for himself as much as for them. And he leaned along the warm black neck and pushed into the red country the shape of what he needed, and Drogon answered. The fire went out across the northern arc of the dead in a single sweep, that white-green gold that was the color of the heart of the sun, and the night turned to noon for the length of one breath. And where the dead had stood there was a trench of melted stone and rising grease smoke and nothing else. Drogon banked, the great wings hammering, and came around the eastern face and burned that too, and the cold ring around the fist broke open like a barrel staved in. And through the gap Jon could see the dead in their thousands, more than the mountain, more than he had let himself count. The whole white host that had emptied the lands beyond the wall, gathered here around 300 men, because 300 men were what the cold had to hand. He could not save all of them. That was the lesson the height taught, the one the books had no page for. A man with the power of the old gods in his fist still had 2 eyes and 1 dragon, and a breath of fire he could count on his fingers. And while he burned the eastern arc, the dead took the western, and brothers he had eaten beside died below him while he was busy keeping other brothers alive. He saw one of them dragged down at the broken edge of the ring, saw the pale hands close and the black cloak go under, and he could not turn the dragon in time, and he did not let himself look away. Looking away was a thing you did when you still owned a clean conscience, and he had set that down somewhere over the haunted forest and not gone back for it. So he watched and he counted the man as he had counted the 6 who rode north with him. He would carry the count. It seemed the one thing left that a man could carry when he could not carry the men. He could not burn them all. The bond told him that before pride could tell him otherwise. He felt the fire in Drogon's chest gutter and bank after the second pass, the well drawn down, and he felt the dragon's hunger come up underneath the spent fire, and he understood that he had perhaps one more breath and then teeth and claws and weight, and that even teeth and claws and weight would not be enough against a host this size, and that the only victory available tonight was not killing the dead, but breaking their ring long enough for the living to run. So he made the 3rd pass count. He burned the southern arc, the way down off the hill toward the wall, and he opened a road of melted stone and falling ash through the heart of the dead, and he pushed Drogon up into a hover over the crest of the fist, the wings beating a gale that flattened the surviving tents and fed the ring fires to a roar. And he looked down into 300 upturned faces and found the one he needed. Jeor Mormont stood on the old stone with his sword in his hand, and his white beard singed, and his face a ruin of grief and disbelief. And the raven on his shoulder screamed snow, snow, snow into the down blast of the dragon's wings. And the old bear looked up at the bastard. He had given a Valyrian sword and a place at his table. And Jon watched the man's lifetime of refusing to believe in monsters break apart in his eyes and rebuild itself, in the space of a breath, into something else. South, Jon shouted down at him, and this time in the eye of the gale the words carried. The road is open south. Take them and run. I'll hold the flanks. Run, mormont. Run now. He never knew, afterward, what it cost the old bear to give the order, to command the proud remnant of the oldest order in the world to turn and flee a battlefield at the word of a bastard on a dragon. But Mormont had spent 40 years learning the difference between the death you fight and the death you flee, the same lesson Tywin had spent his on, and the old bear gave the order, his voice cracking out over the hill in the parade ground bellow that had turned green boys into rangers, and the watch ran. They ran down the road Jon had burned. 300 men dwindled already to 2, and the dead came in from the sides to close the gap, and Jon held the flanks. He flew the length of the running column, lo, the dragon's belly a hand's breadth above the dead, and he did not burn now, the fire was spent. He used the dragon itself, the claws raking, the tail sweeping ranks of the dead off the road like a scythe through wheat, the sheer terror of the thing scattering them where the fire had ended them. It was Butcher's work, and it was glorious, and it was not enough, and it was barely enough. The column reached the tree line. The column kept running, and Jon Snow climbed back into the freezing dark above the haunted forest and turned south, herding the broken watch toward the wall the way a sheepdog herds. And behind them the dead came on, unhurried, patient, certain, because the dead had all of time, and the living had only the nights between here and home. It took them 11 days to reach the wall. Jon would remember those 11 days as the price of the second chapter of his life, the way the cold road had been the price of the first. He could not carry men on Drogon. The dragon suffered him and tolerated, through the bond, the idea of the men as Jon's. But a dragon is no horse and no cart. And the one time a wounded brother was lifted toward the dragon's back, the great head came around, and the red eye fixed on the man, and Jon felt, through the bond, the simple appalling weight of Drogon's regard, the question of whether this warm little thing was kin or meat. And he had the man set down again before the question answered itself. So the brothers walked, and Jon flew, and he became their watchman in the sky and their butcher on the flanks, and he learned what it was to be the thing that stood between other men and the dark, and he learned that it was lonelier than being a bastard had ever been, which he would not have thought possible. He learned the dragon, too. 11 days taught him things the bonding had only sketched. He learned that Drogon hunted at dusk and slept hot at noon, coiled around whatever he had killed, and that the dragon would let Jon near in those hours and only those hours, and that the bond was not obedience but conversation, and that the conversation could be lost. Twice the dragon flew off and did not come when Jon called into the Red Country, and both times Jon stood among the frightened brothers in the snow and understood that he commanded nothing, that he was a man who had been permitted for now to ride the wind, and that permission was not a thing you owned. Both times Drogon came back. Jon never knew why either time, any more than he had known why the dragon spared him on the slope. He stopped expecting to know. There were powers in the world that did not run on reasons a man could hold, and he had bound his fate to the greatest of them, and the binding was a marriage and not a leash. The brothers feared him now. He had not reasoned his way to that. It arrived on the second night, when he came in from the dark with the dragon's heat still on him, and a man he had known 3 years flinched from his shadow on the snow. They had seen him save them. They had also seen him pull a host of the dead apart with a beast out of the worst songs, and the mind of a frightened man does not sort its terrors into the useful and the loyal. He took to eating apart. It was easier on them, and it was easier on him, and he distrusted how quickly easier had started to mean alone. "You're brooding again," dolorous Ed informed him, lowering himself onto the same fallen log without being asked, which was its own kind of courage and its own kind of gift. Ed had walked out of the fist with a burn down one arm and his gloom entirely intact. Worse than before. Used to be you brooded like a Stark. Now you brood like a Stark who's misplaced a dragon. There it goes, by the way. He nodded at the dark, where a great shadow lifted off a far ridge and slid across the stars, hunting. "Off to eat something. I keep thinking it'll be one of us. Statistically, it should be me. It's always me." "It won't eat you, Ed." "That's what you say now. You said the wildlings wouldn't either, and look how that's gone." But he stayed on the log, and after a while Gren came and sat on Jon's other side, Gren who had survived the hollow and the cold road and somehow the fist as well, with the black bruises long gone from his throat and a new silence in him where the loud, easy boy had been. None of them spoke of the men who were not there to sit with them. There was a count, and Jon carried it, and the brothers seemed to understand without being told that he was carrying it, and they sat with him in the cold so that he would not carry it entirely alone, and that, Jon thought, was as near to a thing worth living for as the night beyond the wall had on offer. Far off the dragon found its kill, and the dark glowed red for an instant where its breath touched the snow, and the brothers around the fires went quiet, and then went back to their small talk and their smaller fires, because men can grow used to anything, even a god hunting in the hills above their camp, even the bastard who rides it. The cold did not relent for any of it. That was the thing the songs would leave out, when the singers got hold of this, and sanded the truth off it until it shone. There was no glory on the march south, only the daily grind of staying alive, the frostbitten toes and the rationed bread, and the endless argument with a body that wanted to lie down in the white and stop. Jon learned the names of the men who had survived the fist, all of them, because a commander who does not know his men's names is a commander who spends them like coin, and he had decided on the cold road that he would never again be a man who spent people easily. He learned who had kin south of the wall and who had only the watch, who could be trusted in the dark and who would break, and he carried it all in the ledger behind his eyes alongside the count of the dead, because the living were a count too, and a harder one to keep, since the living kept changing the sums on you by dying. On the 11th day, they came out of the haunted forest onto the cleared ground before the wall, and the wall was there, 700 feet of ice burning blue-white in the first clean dawn they had seen, and Castle Black huddled at the foot of it, and the brothers who had walked 11 days from the fist fell down in the snow and wept, and Jon brought Drogon down on the killing ground before the gate, and the war for who he was going to be began before his boots touched the earth. The horn sounded from the wall. Not the 2 blasts for wildlings, nor the 3 that no living man wanted to hear. One long blast, the blast that meant a ranger returning, and then a confusion of blasts as the men on the wall saw what the ranger was returning on, and then no blasts at all, only the silence of 200 men of the night's watch standing on the ice and the ground and the steps, and staring at a dragon the size of a great hall settling onto the snow with a bastard between its shoulders. Bowen Marsh reached the gate first, because Bowen Marsh was first steward, and a careful man and careful men are always first to the place where a decision will be made. He was round and red-faced, and his breath smoked in the cold, and he looked at Jon, and he looked at the dragon, and Jon watched the man try to fit the thing into the world he knew and fail. "Snow," Marsh said, "what in the name of the 7 have you done?" "Survived," Jon said. He came down off the dragon's shoulder the way 11 days had taught him, and his dead leg held, and his dead hand had come back to a fierce, useless ache that he had decided to be grateful for, because a hand that hurt was a hand that lived. "The fist is gone, first steward. The old bear is behind me with what's left, 11 days out, and the dead are 11 days behind him, and they are coming to the wall, all of them, and the wall is the last thing standing between them and every living soul in the realm." He let that sit in the cold for a moment. "And yes, I have a dragon. We should talk about the dragon, but not first. First we talk about the dead." It did not go as he had reasoned it might. He had thought, on the 11-day flight, that the proof of the dead would master the question of the dragon, that no man could look at a survivor of the fist and quibble about oaths. He had reasoned wrong, and the reasoning wrong taught him something he would carry into every hall he ever entered after, that men do not fear the distant catastrophe half so much as the near and the strange, and that a dragon in the snow before them was nearer and stranger than any host of the dead 11 days away. "A brother of the night's watch," said a new voice, dry and sharp as a flensing knife, "owns nothing, holds no lands, fathers no children, wears no crowns." Sir Alizer Thorne came through the parting crowd the way a blade comes through cloth, and he looked at the dragon without flinching, which Jon had to grant him, and he looked at Jon with the old loathing polished bright by a new and useful purpose. "Those are the words, bastard. You said them yourself on your knees before the heart trees. And here you sit on a beast that 300 years of Targaryen kings used to burn this realm into obedience, and you tell us we should talk about the dead." He turned to the men on the steps, and his voice rose, and John recognized the shape of what was happening, because he had spent his life watching men decide what a bastard was. "I tell you what we should talk about. We should talk about what a man wants with a dragon. We should talk about every snow and hill and rivers who ever looked at a crown he had no right to and decided his blood was good enough after all." "The dead are coming," John said. "The dead are always coming," Thorn said. "Men have stood this wall against them for 8,000 years with steel and fire and their sworn word. We did not need a king to do it. We swore an oath precisely so that we would never need a king to do it." He smiled, and it was a thin and genuine thing, the smile of a man who has found, after long searching, the exact tool for the work. "Take the crows, Lord Snow. Burn the wildlings. Burn me if you like. But know that the moment you decided a dragon answered to you, you stopped being a man of the night's watch, whatever you tell yourself, and every man on this ice knows it, and so do you." A murmur moved through the men on the steps, and John read it as he had learned to read a yard full of boys deciding whether to follow a leader or hang him. It was not agreement, quite. It was the sound a crowd makes when someone has said the thing it was afraid to think, and is grateful to him for saying it, and has begun, without deciding to belong to him. Bowen Marsh stood at the front of it with his round, red face working, and John watched the first steward do his sums, the careful sums of a careful man. The dead 11 days out, the dragon in the snow, the oath that bound them all, the question of which of these things would still be a danger to him after the others had passed. Marsh was not a cruel man, nor a brave one. He was a steward, and a steward counts the stores against the winter, and John could see him counting, and could see that in the ledger Bowen Marsh kept, a brother who had become a king was a debt the watch could not afford, and debts that cannot be paid are sometimes settled in the dark, with a knife, for the watch. The thing about Thorn, John thought, in the long cold silence that followed, the thing that made him dangerous and had always made him dangerous, was that he was not wrong. He was a small and bitter and cruel man, and he was not wrong, and the men on the wall could feel that he was not wrong, and John could feel it too, in the place where the oath had lived in him since the night he knelt before the heart tree and gave away every life he might have had. A brother of the night's watch owns nothing. He owned a dragon. The two facts could not stand in the same man. One of them was going to have to give, and he had 11 days at most to decide which, and he understood, standing on the killing ground with 200 frightened men deciding what he was, that the deciding was not going to be left to him alone. The blind man saved him, as the blind man had a way of doing. "Bring him to me." Meister Eamon's voice was thin and old, and it carried across the ice the way a struck crystal carries, and the crowd parted for the bent little figure being led by the fat boy John loved better than any brother he had, Samwell Tarley, who was staring at the dragon with his whole soft, frightened face, alight in a way John had not seen since the day Sam first held a book he was not allowed to read. "Bring John Snow to me," the old Meister said again, "and let an old man who has lived 100 years look upon a dragon before he dies. The dead will wait a single hour. They have waited 8,000 years. They can wait while I take the measure of a thing I never thought to see again in this world." They brought him to the Meister's chambers, because no one had a better idea, and because even Thorn would not gainsay a man who had been a brother of the watch since before Thorn's grandfather was born. Eamon sat by his fire with his blind milk-white eyes turned toward John, and Sam hovered, and Mormont's raven, which had flown ahead of the column on its own black wings, sat on the back of a chair and muttered, and the dragon waited in the snow outside the walls because the dragon would not be brought anywhere, and through the bond John could feel it out there, vast and warm and watching, an ember banked in the white. The chamber was close and warm and smelled of wood smoke and old paper, and the camphor the Meister rubbed into his joints. And after 11 days of a cold that owned the world, it undid something in John to stand in it, some clenched thing in the chest that he had not known he was holding shut. Sam fussed with a chair and a blanket and could not stop glancing at the window and the great shape beyond it, and his hands shook, and he did not run, which John counted, because there were two kinds of brave men in the world, and the rarer kind were the ones who shook and stayed. The fire popped. The old man waited with the patience of 100 years. Out beyond the wall of the world the dead were walking south, and here, for an hour, there was warmth and wine and a question that had waited longer than any of them had been alive. And John understood that whatever the blind man was about to set down between them, the warmth would not survive it, and that he wanted all the same to know. "Give me your hand," Omen said. John gave it, the dead-end living one, and the old man's fingers, light and dry as fallen leaves, moved over the knuckles and the palm and the scars. "They tell me you came out of the north on a dragon, a black dragon with red eyes. They tell me it killed the dead with fire." The fingers stilled. "They do not tell me the thing I most wish to know, because they do not know to ask it. So I will ask you, Jon Snow, and you will tell me the truth, because I am very old and I have very little time, and I have spent 90 years waiting for a question I had given up on. When the dragon found you, when it chose you, out of all the men in the cold." The blind eyes seemed to look through John and into something a long way behind him. What did it feel like? John thought about lying. He had spent his life learning when to lie, and he knew that the true answer was the most dangerous thing he could say in a castle full of men, deciding whether he was an oath-breaker and a king. He looked at the blind old face turned up to his, and at Sam's frightened loyalty, and at the fire, and he found that he was tired, 11 days and a lifetime tired, and that he wanted for once to set a true thing down where someone could hold it with him. "Like coming home," John said. "To a home I'd never been to. It knew me. Before I knew it, it knew me, and what it knew," he stopped, because the words for it were not words he had ever been given. "It knew my blood. It tasted my blood on the snow, and it knew it, the way you'd know your own brother's voice in the dark. And I don't have a brother's blood worth a dragon's knowing. I'm a bastard of Winterfell. There's nothing in me a dragon should cross the world for." He looked at the old man. "Unless there is, and you know what it is, don't you? You've known since they said red eyes." The silence in the Meister's chamber was a different silence than the one on the ice. Sam had gone very still. The raven had stopped muttering, and Meister Omen, who had been born Omen Targaryen, son of a prince, brother of a king, and who had given up a crown for a chain and a life of waiting at the end of the world for a fire he had stopped believing he would live to see, turned his blind face toward the window and the warmth of the great dark shape banked in the snow beyond it. And the old man wept without sound, the slow tears of a man who has been proven right about the one thing he most feared to be right about. "Oh," Omen said. "Oh, I have lived too long and not long enough." His fingers tightened on John's hand. "Sit down, Jon Snow. Sit down and send the fat one for wine and bar the door against Bowen Marsh and Alizer Thorne and the whole frightened world. There is a thing I must tell you, and it is the thing I have been keeping for whoever the dragons chose, and I had thought it would never be told, and I find now that I am afraid to tell it, which surprises me at my age." The blind eyes came back to John. "What do you know of your mother?" Outside the walls of Castle Black, on the trampled snow of the killing ground, the great black dragon lifted its head toward the south, where the realm lay ignorant of the dawn that had broken over it, and where ravens were already winging from the wall in every direction carrying the same 3 impossible words, written by frightened men in trembling hands. Words that would within a fortnight be read aloud in every hall from the Dreadfort to King's Landing to the painted tables of Dragonstone and across the narrow sea to a silver-haired queen who had lost her largest child to the night and had spent a year mourning him as dead. A Stark rides a dragon. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4 Blood of the Dragon. I know nothing of my mother, Jon said. My father never spoke of her, not once in 17 years. I asked when I was young enough to think the asking would get me an answer. He told me she was dead and that he had loved her and that I should not ask again, and there was something in how he said it that meant I never did. He looked at the fire. I used to invent her, a fisherman's daughter, a common woman, a tavern girl, someone he was ashamed of. That was the story that made sense of his silence. A man hides what shames him. Does he? Eamon's blind eyes had not left him. Or does he hide what he loves when loving it would get it killed? The fire popped. Sam had gone very still by the door, the wine forgotten in his hands. You came to the wall the son of Eddard Stark, the old Maester said, the most honorable man in the realm, by every account that ever reached me here at the end of the world. A man so honorable that men told stories about it, the way they tell stories about a thing that is rare. And this paragon, this Eddard Stark who would not tell a lie to save his own life, went south to a war, and somewhere in that 1 year of blood he broke the one vow a married man swears, and got a bastard on a woman he would never name, and brought the child home and raised him under his lady wife's own roof, which no honorable man does, Jon, no careful man, no man who loved his wife. He shamed himself for 17 years and never once explained it. Eamon's voice did not rise. It did not need to. I have had 90 years to think about the shapes that honor makes when it is forced to choose between two things it cannot both keep. That is not the shape of a man hiding his shame. That is the shape of a man keeping a promise so heavy it cost him his good name to carry it, and who would rather be thought an adulterer by the whole world than break it. You're guessing, Jon said. His voice came out rougher than he meant. I am reasoning. It is what is left to a blind man. The old fingers tightened. A dragon does not lie, Jon Snow. A horse can be broken to any rider, a dragon cannot. The histories are clear on this, and they are written in the blood of every fool who ever thought a crown or a strong will was enough to master one. A dragon will suffer a rider only when the blood of old Valyria runs true in him, and it tastes that blood the way a hound knows its master's kin. You said so yourself. You said it tasted your blood on the snow and knew it as its own. He leaned forward, and the firelight carved his 100 years deep into his face. I am the last of my house this side of the narrow sea. Aemon, they called me before the chain. Aemon Targaryen. I gave up a crown for a life of service, and I have spent that life waiting, against all reason, for the blood of the dragon to wake again in the world. Because there is a prophecy, and prophecy is a poison and a sword, and I have drunk it my whole life. And now a dragon has crossed the world to kneel to a Stark of Winterfell, and you ask me to believe it found Valyrian blood in a fisherman's daughter's bastard. The blind eyes seemed almost to see. Whose son were you born, Jon? Not whose bastard. Whose son? Jon could not answer, because the answer was a door he had spent his life refusing to look at, and the old man had walked up to it and put his hand on it and was waiting with terrible gentleness for Jon to open it himself. There was only one war in that year, Aemon went on, softer now. Robert's rebellion, and only one prince of my house who rode in it, Rhaegar, my great-great-nephew, a gentle, bookish boy, they wrote me, who grew into a man the whole realm loved until the day he carried off a girl and lit the fire that burned my family to ash. A breath. A northern girl. A wolf maid promised to Robert Baratheon. They say Rhaegar crowned her queen of love and beauty at a tourney and put a wreath of winter roses in her lap with her betrothed sitting not 10 feet away, and that the whole realm held its breath, because everyone watching understood they had just seen the first spark of a war. Her name, Jon, the girl, do you know her name? Your Lord Father's family is not so large that you could have missed it. The room was very quiet. Beyond the window, the dragon's heat pressed against the glass. Lyanna, John said. The name came out of him like a splinter long buried. My father's sister. She died in the South in the war. He brought her bones home to the crypts. He used to, the word snagged. He used to go down to the crypts and sit with her statue, alone. For hours I'd find him there. The only one of the dead he ever sat with like that, and she was only his sister, and I never understood why a sister and not his own father or his brother. Why her? Why always her? Because she was not only his sister, said Aemon Targaryen. She was the promise, the one he carried out of the South at the cost of his honor and his marriage and his good name, and laid in his own roof, and lied about for 17 years so that no Baratheon and no Lannister would ever do the arithmetic that a blind old crow has just done by his fire at the end of the world. The tears stood again in the milk-white eyes, and did not fall. You are no man's bastard, John. You are the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, the blood of the dragon and the blood of the wolf, ice and fire in one vessel, and a dragon has crossed the whole turning world to tell you so, and I have lived 100 years and one day too long, because I have lived to see it, and it will be the death of everything I have left, and I would not trade it for the crown I threw away. Sam made a sound by the door, half a word, and put the wine down before he dropped it. That's treason, he whispered, and then in the tone of a boy who has just heard his own voice say a thing and cannot believe it. That's the best-kept secret in the realm, and we're the only 3 living men who know it, and one of us is blind and one of us is me. And John, if anyone learns. Then no one learns, Aemon said, with the iron that had let a soft scholar survive 100 years among hard men. Hear me, both of you. A secret known to 3 is a secret. Known to 4 it is a rumor, and rumors have killed more Targaryens than swords. Robert Baratheon built his throne on the bodies of dragon children dashed against a wall, and Robert is dead, but the men who cheered him are not, and there is a queen in King's Landing who would pay in gold for what we have just said in this room. The dragon makes you a weapon, John. The name makes you a target. Carry both, and never let the realm see which hand holds which, until the hour you choose to show it. John did not remember leaving the chamber. He came back to himself outside, on the walls killing ground in the dark, with the cold scouring the heat of the fire off him, and the dragon's great head curving down out of the night toward him. And he stood there, and let the red eye look at him and did not have a single word for what he was. He went north, because he could not go anywhere else. Through the gate, through the long black tunnel under 700 feet of ice, out the far side into the country that had nearly killed him and instead remade him. There was a grove there, a half-league north of the wall, where 9 weirwoods grew in a ring around a black pool that never froze, and it was there, 2 years gone, that he had said the words that gave his life away. A brother of the Night's Watch owns nothing. He had meant them. He had knelt in the snow before the carved red faces and given up his name and his lands and his children yet unborn. And he had meant every word. And he understood now, lying to himself the whole time, because you cannot give away what you do not know you have. And he had not known he had a name worth keeping until a blind old man took it out of the dark and set it in his hands. The grove was silent. The weirwoods stood pale and watchful, their carved faces weeping red sap that looked black in the starlight, and the pool lay flat and dark and steaming faintly. And John went to the largest of the trees, the one whose face had always seemed to him the saddest, and he put his bare hand against the smooth white bark, the dead hand, the one the other had touched, and the world fell away. He was somewhere else. He was somewhere hot and dry and far to the south, in a round stone tower with the smell of blood and summer roses thick in the air. And there was a woman in a bed of blood, a girl really, dark-haired and gray-eyed and stark to the bone. And she was dying. Anyone could see she was dying, and she had a bundle in her arms and a young man kneeling beside her with his hands and his sleeves red to the elbow, and the young man was his father, younger than Jon had ever seen him. His father's face, without the years, without the weight, ruined with a grief that had no bottom. The vision had brought him in past the dead. He had not chosen the path. The old gods chose it for him, and they chose to show him the price of the door before they opened it. Outside the round tower, in red dust under a hard southern sun, lay 3 men in white cloaks gone brown with blood, the finest swords of a fallen king, who had stood at this nowhere place in the mountains while their prince's father and brother burned, and had not gone to the burning, because their prince had set them here to guard a thing more precious than a throne. And against them, fallen too, lay the men his father had brought, Northmen and Crannogmen, all of them dead but 2, so that the cost of the bundle in the dying girl's arms had been paid in the best blood of both sides before Jon's vision eye ever crossed the threshold. 7 had ridden to the tower with Eddard Stark. 2 had ridden away. That was the arithmetic of his birth, and his father had carried it down into the crypts and sat with it alone for the rest of his life. "Promise me," the girl was saying. Her voice was a thread. "Promise me, Ned." The bundle in her arms made a small sound, a newborn sound, and Jon understood with the slow horror of a man recognizing his own face in a stranger's that the bundle was him. They'll kill him if they know. Robert will kill him. He'll smile and call it mercy, and he'll dash his head against the wall like he'll do to Rhaegar's other babes. You know he will. You've seen what's in him now. So you'll take him. You'll take him and you'll call him your own, and you'll never tell. Not Robert, not Catelyn, not the boy himself, not anyone. Because a secret that lives in more than one head is a secret that gets a child murdered. Promise me, Ned. His name is, and the girl said the name, and the blood took her, and her gray eyes went to the ceiling and stayed there. And the young man who would become Jon's father bowed his head over a dead sister and a living nephew and made a promise that would cost him, every day for the rest of his life, the only thing he had ever truly valued, which was the right to be exactly what he seemed. The name. She had said the name. Jon reached for it in the vision, and it slid away, drowned under the girl's last breath, and a voice he had not heard in years spoke it instead. A boy's voice, from everywhere and nowhere, from the red faces of the 9 trees and the black pool and the cold itself. "Egon," said his brother Bran, who was not at Winterfell, who had been a cripple and a child, and was now something older than the wall, speaking to Jon through 10,000 years of roots, and a power the Maesters had decided long ago could not be real. "She named you Egon for the Conqueror because our father—" The word landed strangely, our father, true and false at once, because Rhaegar believed. He believed in the prophecy, the prince that was promised, the song of ice and fire, and he made 3 children trying to father the hero of it, and the realm killed 2 of them, and the 3rd our uncle hid in the one place no one would ever look for a dragon. The north, the cold, under the name of snow. The voice was very far away and very near and unbearably kind. "I have seen it all, Jon. From the roots of the world I have seen it. You are the song. Ice and fire in one blood at the one hour the world needs both. The dragon did not choose wrong. It only chose early. Wake up now. The trees can't hold you long, and there is a red woman waiting at the wall who thinks she knows your name, and she is wrong, and you must not let her be right about you in the manner she wants." Jon took his hand from the tree and fell to his knees in the snow of the grove, and he knelt there a long time, the way his father had knelt in the crypts, the way you kneel before a thing too large to stand in the presence of, and the 9 red faces wept their black sap around him, and the dragon's distant heat warmed the southern sky over the wall, and Jon Snow, who was Aegon Targaryen, who was the song of ice and fire, knelt in the cold and let the old life burn away. When he rose, his knees would not at first hold him, and he let the dead hand rest against the white bark a moment longer, taking the weight, the way a man leans on a wall after a long sickness. A brother of the Night's Watch owns nothing, holds no lands, fathers no children, wears no crowns. He had knelt in this grove and meant those words with the whole of a boy who had nothing to give up. He saw now that the oath had never truly been his to swear, because the gods or the cold or the blood had been keeping something back from him the whole time, a name and a claim and a fire, and you cannot give away in good faith what was hidden from you in the giving. It was a lawyer's argument. It would not save him from the word oathbreaker, and he found he did not want it to. The dead were coming. The realm was a nest of squabbling children with their backs to a rising tide, and he had been handed the one thing that could turn it, and a man who let an oath sworn in ignorance keep him from using it was not honorable. He was a coward who had found a pretty reason. His father had broken his honor to keep a child alive. The son could break an oath to keep a realm alive. The shape of it was the same. He hoped, kneeling in the snow where he had given his old life away, that wherever Eddard Stark's bones lay, the man would understand the shape of it. When he came back through the gate, the Red Woman was waiting. He had heard of her, the way everyone at the wall had heard of her. The sorceress who had come with Stannis Baratheon when the king's broken host limped north after the ruin of his rebellion in the south. Melisandre of Asshai, who saw the future in flames and made shadows that killed, and never seemed to feel the cold at all. She stood at the mouth of the tunnel in a gown the color of fresh blood, with a great ruby at her throat that caught the torchlight and gave it back deeper, and she looked at Jon the way a starving man looks at bread. "There you are," she said. Her voice was low and warm and faintly amused, the voice of a woman who has waited a long time and is too proud to show the waiting. "I have been looking for you in my fires for a year. A man amidst the snow and the dead, with a red star bleeding above him and a dragon at his shoulder. I thought I had found him already. I thought his name was Stannis." Something crossed her face that might have been the ghost of a doubt, quickly mastered. The fire does not lie. But it lets a watcher lie to herself about what she sees. Azor Ahai, reborn amidst salt and smoke, to wake dragons out of stone and drive back the other in the long night. I have given my life to finding him, and here you stand. Salt, she gestured at the tears frozen on his face from the grove. Smoke, the dragon's distant heat, and a dragon woken not from stone but from death in the cold heart of the world. Tell me, Jon Snow, when you bonded the beast, were you born again? Did the old life die? Yes, Jon said, because it was true, and because Bran's warning was loud in him. Do not let her be right about you in the manner she wants. But not the way you mean. I'm not your hero, my lady. I've read enough of prophecy to distrust anyone who's certain they've solved it. You were certain it was Stannis. You'd have burned half the north for that certainty. A prophecy that lets you be sure who to burn isn't a prophecy. It's a knife with a story wrapped round the handle so it feels holy when you use it. The amusement went out of her face. You are bolder than the king. The king has a great deal more to lose than I do, Jon said. I'm a bastard who turned out to be a prince an hour ago. I haven't had time to grow afraid of losing things yet. He looked past her, to where the lights of Stannis' camp burned along the foot of the wall, the proud broken host of a man who had lost a war and come to the end of the world to find another one. But I'll tell you what I do believe, my lady, because I think we want the same thing for different reasons, and that's a foundation a man can build on, where agreement isn't. I believe the dead are real and they are coming, and the wall is the last thing standing between them and every living soul south of it. I believe fire fights them, and I am the only man alive with a fire big enough to matter. And I believe your king wants the north, and the north is held by men who flayed my father's bannermen and stole my father's seat, and that's a problem your king cannot solve with 5,000 starving men, and one I might solve in an afternoon. He let that sit. So perhaps we should talk about the Boltons before we talk about prophecy. The dead will still be coming when we're done. They're very patient. I've learned that about them. Stannis Baratheon was not a man who knew how to want things gently. Jon found him in the king's tower an hour later, bent over a painted map of the north with the iron weight of a crown on his brow and a face like a clenched fist. And Stannis looked at the bastard prince and the question of the dragon as he looked at everything, as a problem to be solved and a tool to be weighed. And Jon found, somewhat to his surprise, that he could work with that. A man who wanted things gently could be charmed and could be lied to. Stannis wanted things like a glacier wanted the valley below it, slowly and totally and without any interest in being loved. And a man like that you could bargain with, because his wants were legible. He had spent much of the 11-day flight thinking about the north, because thinking about the north was easier than thinking about his mother. The ravens that reached the wall told a grim accounting. Roose Bolton held Winterfell now, the seat of the kings of Winter, by grace of the Lannisters and a marriage. His bastard son Ramsay had taken a girl the realm believed to be Arya Stark and meant to wed her, to graft a stolen name onto a stolen seat, and call the whole theft lawful. The Boltons had flayed the Hornwoods and hung men from Winterfell's walls and ruled through fear, because fear was the only tool they trusted. And the northern lords sat in their halls and ground their teeth and did nothing, because there was no Stark left alive and free to ride to, and a man will not throw his house into the fire for a hope with no banner to follow. That was the lock. Jon meant to be the key. A Stark come home out of the snow on a dragon was not a hope. It was a banner, and the North had been waiting a long cold while for one. Jon carried the name out of the godswood and told no one, as Omen had bid him, and the carrying changed the shape of his days. He had spent his life as a question, the bastard whose mother had no name, and now he held the answer and could not speak it, and there was a strange loneliness in keeping a truth that large in silence. He caught himself studying his own hands by candlelight, looking for the dragon in them, and finding only a swordsman's calluses and the old cold scar where the white had touched him, and he understood that blood does not announce itself in the flesh, that a man is not changed by learning what he has always been, only by deciding what to do about it. He decided. That was the part that mattered, the part his father would have understood. Eddard Stark had not been made honorable by his blood. He had been made honorable by choosing, over and over, the hard right thing. Jon would be a Targaryen by the same road, or not at all, not by the accident of his birth, but by what he chose to build with it. You hold the only weapon that matters in 2 wars at once, Stannis said, without greeting, without wonder, as if dragons return to the world every spring. The war for the dawn and the war for my throne. I would be a fool not to want it bent to my cause, and I am not a fool. So, what is your price, Stark? Or is it Targaryen now? The Red Woman tells me it is Targaryen. That should make us enemies. The dragon your forebears rode burned my house's claim to ash, and your aunt across the sea schemes to take from me what is mine by right. His jaw worked. And yet here we both are at the end of the world with the dead at our backs, and a man who lets old wars decide new ones is a man who deserves to lose the new one. So I ask again, what is your price? Winterfell, Jon said, and the North, not for you. For its people, and for the war that's coming, and for my sister, who the Boltons mean to wed to a monster to dress their theft up as a marriage. He put his hand flat on the painted map, on the gray stone tower at its heart. You came north to win a kingdom, your grace. You won't win it with a beggared host that the northern lords will never follow, because the northern lords don't follow southern kings, they follow Starks. They remember. Give me leave and I'll take Winterfell back from the Boltons, and I'll do it in a way that'll be sung for 1,000 years, and the north will rise to the singing. And then we'll talk about who sits which throne, after the dead are dealt with, like reasonable men who have both seen what's walking down out of the cold. He met the king's eyes. Or you can sit here at the wall and freeze on principle. The dead don't care about principle. I've checked. It was not a thing one said to a king. Stannis Baratheon studied the bastard of Winterfell who had become the heir of the dragon, and somewhere behind the iron face a calculation finished, and the king grunted, which Jon would learn was the nearest thing the man had to a laugh. "My brother Robert would have liked you," Stannis said, and it did not sound like a compliment in his mouth. It sounded like a diagnosis. "Go and take Winterfell, then. Burn the Boltons out of my brother's bannerman seat. The realm will call you a kingbreaker and an oath-breaker and worse, and they will be right, and it will not matter, because the realm has never yet been saved by a man worried about what it would call him." He turned back to his map. "But understand me, dragon son. When the dead are beaten, there will still be a war for the throne, and dragons in this realm have always ended one way. I would not see it end that way for you. So win me my north, and then let us neither of us forget that the kindest thing two men with claims can do is settle which is true before other men settle it for them, in blood, the way they always have." Jon went out into the cold. The dragon was waiting on the killing ground, vast and patient and warm, the red eye finding him in the dark. And the bond opened between them, the red country, and Jon stood in the snow with 2 wars at his back, and a name in his chest that was not the name his father had given him, and let himself, for one breath, be afraid of the size of what was coming. Then he set the fear down, the way Bran had taught him without meaning to, the way the Grove had taught him, and he climbed the warm black shoulder of the dragon, and he turned its great head south, toward Winterfell, toward the Boltons, toward the seat his father had ruled and his aunt had bled in, and his blood, ice and fire both, was going to take back out of the hands of the men who had stolen it. South, he told the dragon, and pushed the word into the red country with everything he had. Home. Chapter 4 in Chapter 5. The North remembers word outran him, which was the point. A dragon cannot be hidden, and Jon did not try to hide it. He flew the north the way a herald rides a kingdom, low over the Kingsroad and the holdfasts and the white fields, and he let them see, the small folk in the snow and the lords on their walls, the great black shape crossing the winter sky with a man between its wings. He did not need to tell them who the man was. The North had been waiting 2 years for a Stark to come home, and a Stark coming home on a dragon was a thing that wrote its own song before he ever opened his mouth, and the song ran ahead of him from village to village faster than any wing, so that by the time he came down out of the cold at the Wolf's Den above White Harbor, the lords he had come to find were already arguing about him. He had chosen White Harbor for a reason, and the reason was a fat man. Wyman Manderly was the richest lord in the north and the largest, a mountain of a man who had to be helped to his feet, and who wheezed when he laughed, and who had bent the knee to the Boltons with tears in his eyes after they murdered his son at a wedding. The whole North believed Lord Too Fat to Sit a Horse a beaten man, a coward who had traded his honor for his hide, and Jon had read the ravens carefully on the 11-day flight, and Jon did not believe it, because a man does not weep so prettily for a son he means to leave unavenged. The dragon came down in the snow outside Newcastle, and the gates did not open, and Jon waited, because a king who hammers on doors is a beggar with a louder fist. He waited in the cold with the dragon's heat at his back and the white city climbing the hill above him, and after a while a postern opened, and a procession came out, and at the head of it, carried in a great chair by 4 straining guardsmen, came the fattest man Jon had ever seen, wrapped in sealskin and merblue velvet, with little shrewd eyes lost in the suet of his face, and those little eyes went over Jon and over the dragon, and did the arithmetic that careful men do, and came out somewhere Jon had hoped they would. "They told me a bastard of Winterfell had a dragon," Wyman Manderly wheezed. "I told them bastards do not have dragons. Bastards have grievances and short lives. And yet, a wet, considering breath. You have your lord father's look. I knew Eddard Stark. I sent my sons to die for his son's cause and got them back in pieces, the one piece I got back at all. You will forgive an old fat coward if he asks the dragon to stay where it is while we speak of what you want. I want what you want, my lord, Jon said. I've read the shape of it in the ravens. You've been buying time, smiling at the Boltons and arming in the dark. You sent men south looking for a Stark to rally to, and there were none free, and a man cannot rebel without a banner to rebel under, because the small folk will die for a name and they will not die for a grievance. He let the dragon's heat speak for a moment before he did. I'm the banner, and I haven't come to ask the North to rise. I've come to give it a reason it can't refuse and a weapon it can't match. Open your gates, Lord Manderly, feed your king, and then let's go and take my father's house back from the men who butchered your son at a wedding feast. And let's do it before the moon turns, because the dead are coming behind me, and Winterfell is the only seat in the north strong enough to hold against them, and I will not leave it in the hands of monsters who'd open the gates to winter to save their own skins. The fat man looked at him a long moment. Then Wyman Manderly began with great effort to weep again, and this time Jon understood the tears were real. My son, the old lord said, they served me my son's bones at that wedding and made me smile over them. I have dreamed of this. I had stopped believing I would live to do more than dream it. He gestured, and the great gates of White Harbor groaned open, and the men on the walls saw their fat laughing lord weeping in the snow before a dragon, and a sound went up from them, low and growing, a sound the North had not made in 2 years. The North remembers, your grace, Wyman Manderly said. Oh, the North remembers. Come inside and let us remember together what we do to men who break guest right. The war council that gathered in Newcastle over the next 3 days was the strangest the North had ever held, because it was held under the eye of a dragon, and because, for the first time in 2 years, the lords of the North were not afraid of the wrong things. Manderly opened his coffers and his granaries, and the warships he had been building in secret in the harbor caves. The Glovers came in from Deepwood Motte, and the Serwins, and the mountain clans poured down out of the hills, Walls and Norries and Littles in their ragged furs, drawn less by Jon's summons than by the rumor of the thing he rode. Jon let them argue the old arguments for one evening, the precedents and the grievances and the question of who would hold which honor, and then he reminded them, quietly, that the dead did not respect precedents and would not wait for the North to settle its quarrels, and that the only honor worth having this winter was the honor of being alive to see the spring. They settled their quarrels. A dragon in the courtyard does wonders for a council's sense of proportion. They came to Winterfell with 8,000 men, and a dragon, and the lords of the North at Jon's back. They came faster than the Boltons believed possible, because the Boltons reckoned distances in marching days and Jon reckoned them in wing beats, and he had spent the gathering of the host in the air, scouting, herding, carrying word between the columns, so that the mountain clans and the Manderly knights and the Glovers and the Serwins and the fierce small banner of Bear Island all converged on the ruined heart of the North at the same gray dawn. Lyanna Mormont rode at the head of her 80 Bear Islanders, a girl of 10 in a man's mail with a face like a closed fist, and when Jon had thanked her for coming she had looked up at him without a particle of awe and said, Bear Island knows no king but the king in the North whose name is Stark. You have a dragon. That is well. But you will still hold the gods' law and the guest right, or the dragon will not save you from us. We have had enough of monsters who keep neither. And Jon had told her she was right, and meant it, and understood that the North he was coming home to would not be ruled the way the dragon lords had ruled, with fire and fear, and that this was a constraint, and that he was glad of the constraint, because a king with a dragon and no constraint was the most dangerous thing the world could make, and he had seen, in the Red Country, what such kings became. Winterfell stood battered against the white dawn, its broken tower still broken, its walls patched, the flayed man of House Bolton hanging pink and obscene from the battlements where the direwolf should have flown. Jon looked at it from the air, and the old grief moved in him. The grief he had carried out of the south, the grief of the crypts, and he set it down, because there was work to do and grief was for the after. The Bolton host came out to meet the northern army on the field before the walls, because Roose Bolton was a cautious man, and a cautious man does not let himself be penned in a siege when he can fight on ground of his choosing. And the two hosts faced each other across the snow. And the smart move, the conqueror's move, the move 300 years of Targaryens would have made without a second thought, was to fly the length of the Bolton line and burn it into screaming ruin from end to end before a single northern man drew steel. Jon did not make it. He had thought about it on the flight south, turning it as he turned everything, and he had come out somewhere that surprised him. He could win this battle from the sky in a quarter hour, and lose something he could not name and would need for the rest of his life. The men in the Bolton line were Northmen, most of them, levies of the Dreadfort and the Karstarks and the houses too frightened or too far to answer Jon's call, small folk with spears who would die in the snow because their lords had told them to. And they were the people he meant to be king of, and a king who began his reign by burning his own people alive to save himself an hour's hard fighting, was a king the North would obey and never love, and the dead were coming. And you cannot hold a wall against the long night with men who only obey. So he did the harder thing, which was also, he had come to believe, the wiser thing, though the two did not always travel together. He took the dragon over the Bolton host, lo, the down blast of the wings flattening banners and throwing men from their feet, and he did not burn them. He burned the empty snow before their line, a wall of that white-green-gold fire across the whole front of the field, a thing no man could look at and stand, and he held the dragon there in a hover above it, the heat and the horror and the impossible fact of it, and he gave the Bolton levies the one thing the dead would never give them, which was a choice. Northmen, he roared down at them, and the dragon's bulk lent his voice the weight of the sky. I am Jon Stark, son of Eddard. The Boltons held your seat with fear, and I have come home with fire. You know whose men you are. Throw down your spears and live as Northmen, or die in the snow for the men who murdered their guests. I will not ask again, and neither will the winter Adamwy back. The Bolton line broke without a battle, not all of it. The Dreadfort men held, the flayers and the torturers who had no place to go in a north without Boltons, and the Karstark spears held out of an old grievance Jon would have to mend or end later. But the levies, the small folk, the men who had been waiting 2 years for exactly this without knowing they were waiting, they threw down their spears in the snow and knelt, hundreds of them, then thousands, and the Bolton host came apart from the inside like a rotten log kicked open, and the field that should have been a slaughter became, in the space of a long, terrible minute, a homecoming. But not all of the Bolton host was northern levy with somewhere better to kneel. The core held, 300 Dreadfort men, the flayers and jailers who had no country in a north without Boltons, locked their shields into a ring before the gate, and with them stood the Karstark spears, 400 strong, holding to an old murder Jon had not yet had the chance to mend, their white sunburst banner snapping in the wind. They did not run. They formed and they braced, and they meant to sell the gate dearly, and the easy homecoming on the rest of the field curdled, here, into the hard red work that battles are actually made of. The northern lords took them head on, because Jon would not burn men who stood their ground in good faith for a grudge, and because some things a host must do with its own hands, or it will never believe itself an army again. Wyman Manderly's knights came on in a wedge of gray and blue, the merman's trident against the flayed man, and the two lines met with a sound like the world's largest door slamming, shields splintering, spears punching through mail, men going down into the churned red snow to be trampled by the press behind them. The mountain clans came in from the flank, no formation at all, only screaming and axes, the walls and the Norries hacking into the Karstark spears with the joy of men paying off a debt 1,000 years old. Jon saw Clay Serwyn go down with a spear in his throat, a boy not 5 years older than himself, and could not reach him, and counted him. He saw a Karstark axe take the arm off a little clansman who kept fighting with the other, and counted him too. He used the dragon, but he used it the way a surgeon uses a knife, not the way a child uses a torch. He brought Drogon down behind the Dreadfort ring, not on it, and the heat and the horror and the down blast of the wings broke the back rank, and the shield wall that had held against steel came apart when it had a dragon at its spine and Manderly's knights at its face, and the Dreadfort men died between the hammer and the anvil, which was more mercy than they had ever shown the Hornwoods. The Karstarks Jon spared on purpose. He flew over them and did not burn, and shouted down that he had no quarrel with men who kept faith with their lord, only with the Lord, and that there would be a reckoning for the old murder, but it would be a king's justice and not a dragon's fire. And the Karstark line, which had braced to die, wavered, and looked at the slaughter of the Dreadfort men and chose, and grounded its spears. It cost. 300 Northmen lay in the snow before the gate of Winterfell when it was done, men Jon would have to write letters about, and he had spent them to keep from spending something worse, and he was not certain, kneeling later beside Clay Serwyn's body, that he had reckoned it right. He was only certain that a king who burned the choice out of men to spare himself the arithmetic was a king the dead had already half won. Then the gates of Winterfell opened, and Ramsay came out, because Ramsay Bolton could not help himself. Jon had read of the bastard of the Dreadfort in the Ravens, the flayings and the huntings and the brides who did not survive him, and he had thought he understood the shape of the man, and he had been wrong, because no accounting on paper prepares you for the thing itself. Ramsay came out of the gate at the head of his bastard's boys with a girl dragged stumbling at his side by a rope at her throat, a thin, dark girl in a torn gray gown, and he hauled her to the front of the wall where all the host could see, and he put a knife to her cheek, and he laughed up at the dragon in the sky. "Stark," he bellowed, drunk on his own ruin, the way some men get louder the closer the end comes. "You want your sister. Here's your sister. Come down and get her. Come down off your worm and face me like a man, or I'll send her to you in pieces, an ear at a time. I've done it before. I'm very good at it." He pressed the knife, and the girl screamed, and Jon, circling, looking down, did the last piece of arithmetic of the battle, and the answer it gave him was a knife of its own. The girl was not Arya. He knew his sister's face. He had carried it through the cold for 2 years. This girl was the right age and the right coloring and the wrong face entirely. A steward's daughter or a serving girl dressed in a dead family's name, terrified past sense. An innocent the Boltons had broken to dress their theft in a Stark's clothes. And the calculation came clear and cold. She was nothing to his cause. She was not his sister, not his blood, not a banner, not a claim. A king playing the game the way the game was played would let Ramsay keep his worthless hostage and burn him off the wall and call the girl an acceptable loss. The dead were coming. There were larger sums. Jon brought the dragon down. He came down in the snow before the gate, between the northern host and the wall, and he climbed off the dragon's shoulder and walked toward Ramsay Bolton on his own 2 feet, longclaw in his hand. And behind him the dragon settled and watched with the red eye, and the whole field went silent. "Let her go," Jon said. "She's not my sister. You know it. I know it. You took an innocent girl and broke her to play a part, and she's no use to you now, because everyone on this field has just watched me not care about your hostage. He kept walking. I'm not coming down to save Arya Stark. Arya Stark isn't here. I'm coming down because you're a man who flays children, and you've had 2 years of doing it because there was no one strong enough to make you stop, and I'm strong enough. And some things a king does himself with his own hand so that the men who follow him know exactly what he is and is not. He was 20 feet away. Ramsay's grin had begun to slip. You wanted me to face you like a man. Here I am. Put the girl down and pick up your sword. I'll even give you that. It's more than you ever gave anyone. What happened next was quick, and Jon made sure it was quick, because there was no glory to be had in it, and pretending otherwise was the kind of lie that rotted a man from the inside. Ramsay threw the girl aside and came at him with a huntsman's blade and a huntsman's speed, and he was fast and he was vicious, and he had never in his life fought a man who was not already afraid of him, and Jon was not afraid of him. Jon had stood on a mountain and refused the arithmetic of his own death, and a man who has done that does not flinch from a torturer with a knife. It was 4 passes. Longclaw took Ramsay's blade on the 3rd and his life on the 4th, clean through the heart, a better death than the man had earned, and Jon gave it to him anyway because the mercy was not for Ramsay. It was for Jon, and for the North watching, and for the kind of king the North could afford to love. The girl in the gray gown had crawled to the foot of the wall and curled there, shaking, past the reach of words. Jon went to her and knelt in the snow and did not touch her, because he had learned in the grove what it was to be touched by a stranger when the world had come apart, and he kept his voice low, the voice he had used on frightened horses on the cold road. You're safe now. No one here will hurt you. Whatever name they made you wear, you can put it down. You'll have a place by a fire and a guard at your door, and no one will ever flay you for a banner again. She looked at him with the eyes of a creature that has forgotten what safety sounds like, and Jon called for Lyanna Mormont, because a frightened girl needed another woman more than she needed a king. And small, fierce Lyanna came and wrapped the girl in her own cloak and led her in through the broken gate, glancing back at Jon once with something that was not quite approval and was on its way to becoming it. A king is measured by what he does to the strong, his father had taught him once, but a man is measured by what he does to the weak. He had done both today. He was not sure yet which one the dragon had made easier and which one it had made harder. Roose Bolton they found in the great hall, calm to the last, a cautious man who had run out of caution, and he did not beg, which Jon respected and which changed nothing. You will learn, Roose said, with the bloodless quiet that had unnerved better men than Jon, that a dragon does not make ruling easier. It makes men obey you and it makes them hate you, and obedience built on fear is a wall built on sand, as my house is about to demonstrate. The North will cheer you today. Give it a hard enough winter and it will remember that you, too, rule by fire. And Jon had answered, then I'll have to rule by something else as well, and you never learned what that was, which is why your bones are about to go in the ground and mine aren't. And he gave Roose Bolton to the North's justice, to the lords whose kin he had murdered, and did not make a spectacle of it. And the flayed banner came down off the walls of Winterfell, and the men of the North wept to see it go. He went down into the crypts that night, alone. They were cold and dark, and they smelled of stone and thyme, and the kings of winter sat in their niches with their stone direwolves and their iron swords across their knees. And Jon walked the long avenue of the dead with a torch until he came to the newer tombs, where his father should have lain and did not, his bones lost somewhere in the south, and beside the empty place a statue of a girl. Lyanna. The sculptor had given her a sad, sweet face, and Jon stood before it with his torch, and understood that he had been wrong his whole life about who the saddest face in the crypts belonged to. Not the statue, the man who used to sit before it. Eddard Stark had come down here for 17 years to sit with the secret that was eating his honor, the sister he had failed to save, and the nephew he had saved by becoming, in the eyes of the world and his own wife, a man who broke his vows. Jon set the torch in a bracket and knelt before the stone girl who was his mother, and he did not weep. He had done his weeping in the grove, but he stayed a long while, and when he finally spoke it was very quiet, and only the dead heard it. "I know now," he told her. "I know what he carried, I'll carry the rest of it." He touched the cold stone hand. "I'll keep the promise he made, not the one to hide me, that one's done, the other one, the one underneath it, the one that's the same in every house worth the name, the living before the throne, the children before the crown." He rose. "I'm going to be a hard king, I think. The times are hard, but I'll keep that one, Mother, whatever it costs me, the way he kept it, whatever it cost him." The torch guttered in its bracket, and the shadows of the stone kings shifted on the walls, and for a moment Jon could almost believe the old lords of winter had turned in their niches to look at the strange thing that had come down among them. A son of their blood who was also a son of the fire that had once threatened to burn their kingdom from the sky. Ice and fire in the cold dark under Winterfell, where the two had finally come home to the same hearth. He thought his father would have hated it and understood it both, as he had hated and understood every hard thing the South had made him do. The stone gave no answer. The dead never did. But the silence down here was not the empty silence of the things beyond the wall. It was the silence of a house that knew him, and that was a thing worth coming home to, and worth, he was beginning to believe, holding the world together to keep. He gave orders late into that first night, because a victory is only the beginning of the work and never the end of it. There were wounded to be tended and dead to be burned and Bolton men to be judged, the cruel ones and the merely frightened ones. And Jon learned that sorting the two was harder than any sword work, because a frightened man and a cruel man often wore the same face and told the same lies. He spared more than the northern lords wished and fewer than his conscience wished, and he went to his bed knowing he had gotten some of it wrong and would never learn which, and that this was the true weight of the seat, heavier than any crown. The dragon slept beyond the walls, a banked fire in the dark, and the wolfswood was quiet, and Winterfell, broken and bloodied in his, settled around him like an old hound easing down by a hearth it had despaired of seeing again. He was home. He had not let himself want it in all the long years at the wall, and now he had it, and the having frightened him more than the wanting ever had. When he came up out of the crypts, the lords of the north were waiting for him in the great hall, all of them, the Manderleys and the Glovers and the Serwins and the mountain clans and small fierce Lyanna Mormont, and they had been talking, and they fell silent when he came up the steps, and then Wyman Manderley heaved himself to his feet, which cost the old man more than any words, and drew his sword, which cost his guards a moment's terror, and laid it on the ground before Jon. "There sits the only king I mean to kneel to," the fat lord wheezed, "be his name Stark or Snow or Targaryen or the stranger himself come down in the snow. The king who came home, the king who chose his people over an easy victory with the whole north watching, the white wolf, the king in the north." And the cry went up, the cry the north had not raised since his father's father. The king in the north, the king in the north. Swords coming out of scabbards all down the hall and lifting. The mountain clansmen pounding the tables. Lyanna Mormont's high fierce voice cutting through it all. And Jon stood at the top of the steps with the cheers breaking over him like surf, and understood that he had wanted this. Somewhere under everything, the bastard who had nothing had wanted to be wanted exactly this much. And that wanting it was the most dangerous thing about him, more dangerous than the dragon, and that he would have to watch it in himself every day for the rest of his life, or it would make him into the thing the dead were counting on the living to become. Outside, on the snow beyond the walls, the dragon lifted its head toward the north, where the cold was deepening and the dark was coming down, and it sang a long, low note into the gathering night, and the new-made king heard it through the bond under the cheers and knew it for what it was. Not triumph. A warning. The easy war was won. The other one was still walking south, patient as the grave, and it did not care in the least who men called king. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6. A King's Peace. The Raven reached King's Landing on a gray morning, and by midday the Red Keep had decided what to do about it, which was to refuse to believe it. Cersei Lannister read the words "A Stark rides a dragon" 3 times, and then she laughed, the bright brittle laugh she had perfected for occasions that frightened her, and she let the parchment fall to the council table among the wine cups and the unpaid debts. "A Stark," she said, "on a dragon. Northern savages have always been credulous. Give them a comet and a hard winter, and they'll see Grumpkins under every bed." She looked round the small council, at her brother with his golden hand and his unreadable face, at Qyburn with his soft smile, at the empty chairs of the men who had fled or died. "Some bastard of Winterfell has gotten hold of a wildling tale and a great deal of ambition. We have seen this before. We crush it before it becomes a song. Pretenders are like fires. You stamp the first spark or you fight the blaze. And if it is not a tale," James said. He had been quiet through the meeting, which was unlike him, and Cersei turned on him the look she kept for men who failed to be useful. "You've seen a dragon, have you, brother? Grown 3 centuries dead and risen in the snow to carry a Stark. Perhaps you've seen the others too. Perhaps we should send the gold cloaks to fight the long night instead of collecting the crown's taxes." "I've seen wildfire turn a man to ash in a breath," James said. "I've seen things I was told could not happen. I'm only saying that a queen who decides a thing is impossible because she would prefer it to be impossible is a queen who gets surprised, and we are not in a position to be surprised." But he said it to a woman already past hearing it, and the small council voted, such as it was, to name Jon Stark a rebel and a pretender, and to offer gold for his head, and to send word to the Boltons to deal with him, not knowing the Boltons were already in the ground. It was Qyburn who lingered after, soft-footed and smiling, to murmur in the Queen's ear the thing the council had not wanted to hear. "Your Grace, if the dragon is real—" He let it hang. "A dragon is fire made flesh, and there are old books, very old, that speak of what wakes when the cold comes back. It may be that the North savage and the realm's true enemy are the same problem wearing 2 faces, and it may be that a wise queen lets the North bleed itself white against the dark before she troubles herself with the survivor." His smile deepened. "Wars in the snow are very expensive. Let the dragon's boy pay for ours." Cersei liked that. It was the kind of cleverness she mistook for wisdom, the kind that solved a problem by assuming it would solve itself, and she went to bed that night well pleased. And 1,000 leagues north the dead came another day's march closer to the wall, and did not care what the Queen had decided, because the dead, alone among all the powers of the world, had no opinion about the Iron Throne. Jaime Lannister did not sleep that night. He sat in the White Sword Tower with the great white book of the Kingsguard open before him, the book that held the deeds of every man who had ever worn the cloak, and he read again the thin half-page that was all anyone had written of him, and he thought about dragons. He had stood in the throne room as a boy and watched Aerys Targaryen burn men alive and call it justice, and he had put his sword in the king's back to stop it, and the realm had named him Kingslayer for it, and never once asked what he had stopped. Now the Raven said dragons again in the north, and Jaime found he did not know whether to be afraid of the fire or glad of it, and he understood that his sister's certainty that it was nothing was the most frightened thing he had heard her say in years. A woman who could not afford a thing to be true would always decide it was false. He had loved her his whole life. He was beginning to learn that loving her and believing her were not the same act, and that the difference might one day cost the realm everything. In the north, Jon Stark was learning that winning a crown and wearing one were different trades entirely. He had taken Winterfell in an afternoon. Holding the north through the winter that was coming was a thing that could not be done in an afternoon or with a dragon, and the dragon, he was finding, was nearly useless for the work that actually mattered. You could not burn grain into existence. You could not terrify a harvest out of frozen ground. The lords cheered him in the hall, and then came to him one by one with the real war, the war of stores and seed corn, and who would feed who small folk when the snows came deep. And Jon sat up past the candle's death over ledgers and granary counts, and learned that a king spends 9 days in 10 doing sums that no song would ever be written about, and that this was the actual work of keeping people alive, and that the songs lied about kingship the way they lied about everything, by leaving out the ledgers. The dragon he kept beyond the walls, on the wolfswood's edge, and it hunted the wolfswood empty of game and then ranged farther, and the small folk learned to read the sky, and the lords learned to stop flinching, and slowly the impossible became merely the enormous, which is what all impossible things become if they stay long enough. The harder war was the war over the wildlings, and it was the war that taught Jon the true shape of his crown. They came to him at Winterfell, Tormund Giantsbane chief among them, the great red-bearded raider who had fought the Watch his whole life, and now stood in a Stark's hall asking, in his roundabout shouting way, for the one thing the Watch existed to deny. "Your dead are our dead, Crow-King," Tormund said, planting himself before the high seat with no more deference than a bear shows a tree. "We ran from them and we ran into your wall, and you crows have spent 8,000 years keeping us on the dying side of it. Now you tell me you've seen what's coming. So, you've got a dragon and a wall and 100,000 of my people freezing on the wrong side of both. You can let us through and have 100,000 spears against the dark, or you can keep your precious oath and let the cold turn us all into more of the enemy. Choose, King Crow, but choose like a man who can count, because the dead can count, and they're counting on you to choose stupid." It was the same arithmetic Jon had done on the cold road, the same sum the dead always offered, and the northern lords hated the answer, and the men of the Watch who had come south with the news hated it worse, and Jon gave it anyway, because the alternative was to hand the Night King 100,000 corpses, and a king who would do that to keep an oath was a king the oath had eaten. He opened the wall. He brought the free folk south. Through the gate his brothers had died to keep shut, and he settled them on the empty lands the long wars had emptied, the gift and the abandoned holdfasts and the depopulated stretches of the Wolfswood, and he made them swear not to the Watch and not to the Seven but to the realm of the living, and he took their spears, and he made enemies doing it that would outlast the war. Bowen Marsh wrote him a letter. It was a careful letter, a steward's letter, and underneath its careful words Jon could read the thing it did not say, which was that a man who opens the wall to the wildlings and rides a dragon and lets the realm call him king has put himself outside the protection of the brotherhood he swore to, and that there were brothers who would not forgive it, and that a knife waits in the dark for every man who forgets that an oath is the only thing standing between order and the long red ruin. Jon read it twice and burned it, and understood that he had not escaped the knives by leaving the wall. He had only changed which men held them. Stannis Baratheon came to Winterfell a fortnight after the Boltons fell, and he came in a cold fury, because Stannis did everything in a cold fury, and because the North had crowned a king, while Stannis was still at the wall counting his 5,000 starving men, and a man who has lost 2 wars does not enjoy watching a 3rd crown go to someone else. He stood in the great hall with the melted snow steaming off his cloak and looked at Jon on the high seat and did not bend his neck a hair's breadth. "I made you a bargain," Stannis said. Take Winterfell, and we would settle the matter of thrones afterward like reasonable men. I did not make you a bargain to be crowned king of the North behind my back, by a hall full of lords who swore to my brother before they swore to yours. You made me a bargain to win you the North, Jon said, and did not rise, because a king who rises for another king has already lost the argument. I told you the North follows Starks, not Southern kings. I told you that to your face at the wall. You sent me to take Winterfell knowing what the North would do when a Stark took it, because you are not a stupid man, your grace, and you wanted the North one more than you wanted it won politely. It is won, 100,000 wildling spears, the lords of the North, a dragon and a wall, all standing against the thing you came north to fight. You have your army for the war for the dawn. You simply do not have it on the terms your pride would have preferred, and I think, when the cold gets into your bones a little deeper, you will find you can live with that, because the dead will not care which of us wears which crown when they come over the wall. Melisandre stood at the king's shoulder, and her red eyes had not left Jon since she entered the hall, and Jon felt the weight of her looking and knew that she was searching him for the thing Aemon had told him to hide, and he gave her nothing, only the flat northern stillness his father had taught him without ever meaning to teach him anything. Stannis ground his teeth, the sound he made instead of thinking aloud, and at last he gave a single hard nod, the nod of a man accepting a hand of cards he would not have chosen to be dealt. The dawn first, he said, the throne after, and after Dragon's son, we will have words about what after means. It was the closest thing to peace two men with claims could make, and Jon took it, because peace built on a shared enemy is still peace, and the enemy they shared was patient enough to make the peace last. The watch came apart over the wildlings, as Jon had known it would. Dolorous Ed rode south to Winterfell with a dozen brothers who had chosen the living over the oath, and brought word that Castle Black was a nest of whispers now, that Bowen Marsh counted the wildling refugees the way a man counts the coins he is being robbed of, that Sir Alistair Thorne spoke openly in the common hall of oath-breakers and false kings and the duty of true brothers. "They're not wrong that you broke the oath," Ed told him, gloomy and loyal in the same breath. "You did. You broke it to save more lives than the oath ever saved. I came south because I'd rather serve a man who breaks the right oath than keep faith with men who'd keep the wrong one and call it honor. But watch your back at the wall, Jon. There's brothers up there sharpening more than their tongues." "You should sleep," Val told him. She had come into the solar without knocking, the way the free folk came everywhere. The woman the watch had called a princess, because they did not understand that the wildlings had no princesses, only women too dangerous to ignore. She was Mance Rayder's good sister, fair-haired and gray-eyed and entirely unimpressed by crowns, and she had stayed in the north when the others scattered to their new lands, for reasons she had not explained and Jon had not asked, because asking would have been admitting he had noticed. "There's work," Jon said. "There's always work. There'll be work when you're dead. The dead have nothing but work, that's rather the point of them." She set a cup of something hot in front of him and did not leave. "You've got the look my sister's husband had, Mance, right before the end. The look of a man carrying a thing too heavy and too proud to put it down or ask for help with it. It killed him. Well, the fire your red woman lit killed him, but the look got him to the fire." She studied his face in the candlelight without any of the deference that made the Lord's company exhausting. "You can't carry the whole world, croaking. Not even on a dragon. The dragon can't carry the whole world either. I've watched it try to carry a single elk and it dropped half of it." It was not a thing a lord would have said to him, or a brother, or a maester. It was a thing said by a person who saw him as a person. And Jon set down the ledger, and they talked about nothing, about the wildlings and the cold, and the names the free folk gave the stars, which were better names than the southern ones, truer, and somewhere in the talking the iron band that had been tightening round his chest, since the crypts of Winterfell loosened a single turn. And he understood that this was a thing he would need if he was going to survive being king. Someone who wanted nothing from him but his company, and that wanting it was a danger of its own, because a king's heart is a lever the world will use against him, and he had enemies enough already without handing them one more. He let himself have the evening anyway. A man has to be alive to be a king, and there is more to being alive than ledgers and dragons, and Val left near dawn with nothing said that could not have been said in the hall, and everything understood that could not be said anywhere at all. He spent the days that followed making the North into a thing that could fight the dead, which was different from a thing that could fight men. Fire killed them, and he had the greatest fire in the world, but a dragon could not be everywhere, and so Jon hunted other fires. He set the Meisters to copying every scrap the libraries held on the last long night, and sent riders to the ruined ringforts and the barrow lands for the old weapons the first men had buried with their dead. Most of all he wanted obsidian, dragonglass, the frozen fire the children of the forest had used to kill the others when the world was young, and there was little of it in the north, and the place it was said to lie thickest was a smoking island far to the south called Dragonstone, the ancient seat of his own true house, empty now, waiting. He sent Samwell Tarly to the citadel with a list of questions and a charge to read everything no one had read in 1,000 years, because the war for the dawn would be won by fire and steel and spears. Yes, but it would be lost, if it was lost, by ignorance. And Jon had learned beyond the wall that the thing that killed you was almost always the thing you had refused to let yourself know. Across the narrow sea, in a city of brick and blood, a silver-haired woman heard the same 3 words the realm was passing hand to hand, and her world turned over. Daenerys Targaryen had mourned Drogon for a year. He had flown from the fighting pit with her on his back, and then flown from her in the Dothraki Sea, gone wild and gone far, and though she had 2 dragons still, the loss of the largest, the Black, the one she had named for the son of her life, had been a grief she carried like a stone in the chest. She had told herself he was dead. It was easier to mourn a dead child than to know a living one had chosen the wide world over her. And now a trader off a Westerosi cog stood in her hall and told her, trembling, that all the Sunset Kingdoms were talking of a black dragon with red eyes that had risen in the frozen north and bonded to a bastard of House Stark. And the stone in her chest cracked open, and what came out of it was too large to name. "It is not possible," said Tyrion Lannister, who had become her hand because a clever man is useful even when his family is your enemy. "Dragons bond to Valyrian blood. Old Valyrian blood. A Stark bastard has about as much dragon in him as I have giant. Either the dragon is not yours, my queen, or the rider is not what they say, or the whole tale is a northern fever dream. The north has those, it's the cold, does things to people." "It is Drogon," Daenerys said. She did not know how she knew. She knew the way the dragon had known Jon on the snow by a sense older than reasons. A black dragon with red eyes. There is one black dragon with red eyes in all the world, and I hatched him from a stone in the fire that killed my husband, and he is alive, and he has led another rider onto his back. Her hands had closed on the arms of her chair. "He is mine. They were all mine. And a Stark bastard has put his hand on the child I have mourned for a year and called him his." "That," Tyrion said carefully, "is one way to read it. Here is another. A black dragon, which we know to be wild and which no one has been able to approach, has chosen, of its own will, a single living man in all the world, in the one corner of the world where the dead are said to be rising. That is not a theft, my queen. A dragon cannot be stolen, you've told me so yourself. That is a dragon that found something it was looking for. And if I were a queen with 2 dragons and a claim to a throne across that sea, and I learned there was a man over there with the third dragon and an army, and the gods alone know what in his blood. I would want to know what he is before I decided he was my enemy, because he is either the most dangerous rival you will ever face, or the most valuable ally, and the difference between those is worth crossing a sea to learn. He is right, Khaleesi. Sir Jorah Mormont had said little, as he said little when the saying cost him, the exiled knight of Bear Island who had loved her too long and too hopelessly to be anything but honest. I know the North. It is my home, what I can still call home. The Starks are not pretenders or fools. If a Stark rides a dragon and a Stark says the dead are walking, then the dead are walking, and there is no war worth winning in the South if the world ends in the North while we fight it. I have spent my life learning what the cold can do. Cross the sea, my queen, not for the throne, for the thing the throne is supposed to be for. It was more than he usually let himself say, and Daenerys heard the home in it, the ache of a man who had been exiled from the very ground the war would be fought on, and she marked it, because a queen learns which of her counselors speak from ambition and which from the heart, and the second kind are rarer and worth more and easier to lose. Daenerys rose and went to the high window, where the brick city sweltered under the brazen sun she had grown to hate, and looked west, toward the cold she had never seen, and the sea she had been afraid, for a year of excuses, to cross. She had freed cities and broken chains and ruled a continent's worth of squabbling masters, and none of it had ever felt like the thing she was for. The thing she was for lay west, across the water in the kingdom her family had lost, and she had told herself she was not ready, that the cities needed her, that the time was not right. The time, she understood now, looking at the western horizon, would never announce itself. You did not wait for the time. You took the dragon and you crossed the sea and you made the time, as her ancestors had, the way the man in the north had apparently made his, out of nothing but blood and fire and the refusal to stay small. Missandei, she said. How many ships can the fleets of Meereen and the Iron Banks promises put to sea by the turn of the year? Enough, your grace, said the girl from Noth, with the Grey's ships more than enough, to carry an army across the world. Then we stop waiting. Daenerys turned from the window, and the thing in her face had settled into something her advisors had learned to be wary of, the look of a woman who has stopped negotiating with the world. Ready the fleets. Send to the Iron Bank and the Greyjoys and the sellsword companies. We have wintered in the east long enough. There is a man in the west riding my child against the dark, and I am going to cross the sea and look him in the eye, and then I am going to decide whether he is the answer to a prophecy or a thief who needs reminding whose blood the dragons answer. She started from the hall, and her two dragons, chained in the great pit below the pyramid, felt their mother's purpose harden through whatever bond chained dragons still keep with the one who hatched them, and they screamed both at once, a sound that emptied the streets of Meereen, and far away across the whole turning world a black dragon on the edge of a frozen wood lifted its head from its kill and answered them. 3 notes across 10,000 miles, kin calling to kin. The song of fire gathering itself for the first time in 300 years. Jon heard it through the bond, and did not understand it, and went cold in a way the northern winter had never managed. He stood on the battlements of Winterfell in the last gray light with the wind off the wolfswood in his face, and the dragon's distant cry rang in the red country behind his eyes, an answer to a call he had not heard, a call from somewhere far to the south and east, across the sea, and he understood only that Drogon was not the last of his kind, that there were others, that the song had more than one singer, and that everything he had been building, the crown and the peace and the war he was readying against the dark, had just acquired a second front he could not yet see. Maester Aemon's warning came back to him in the cold. The dragon makes you a weapon. The name makes you a target. There is a queen across the sea. He had been so busy with the dead that he had let himself forget the living, and the living, he was about to be reminded, could be every bit as dangerous and a great deal harder to burn. The dead were coming from the north, and now something was coming from the south as well, across the water, with fire of its own and a claim of its own, and a year of grief sharpening it. And Jon Stark stood on his father's walls between the two of them, a king with a dragon and a secret and a winter at his back. And for the length of one long breath he let himself feel the full size of what he had walked into when he climbed a frozen mountain to meet a dying god. He made himself reason it through, because reasoning was the one weapon the cold had never been able to take from him. He could not fight the dead and a dragon queen both, not at once, not and win. The mill in his chest laid it out cold and clean. 2 dragons in her hands against his one, an army that had crossed the world, a claim to the very throne the realm would say he was reaching for. If she came as an enemy, the war for the dawn was lost before it started, the living burning the living while the dead walked in over the ashes, which meant she could not be allowed to come as an enemy, which meant the most important battle Jon Stark would fight that winter might not be fought with fire at all, but with words across a table, with a woman who had every reason to hate him and every reason, if he could only make her see it, to stand beside him. He did not know yet what he would say to her. He knew only that he would have to find it, and that finding it might be the hardest thing the dragon had ever asked of him, harder than the bonding, harder than the burning, because it asked him to win without burning anything at all. The work of the peace went on beneath the shadow of the 2 coming storms, because the small folk had to eat whether or not their king was busy being afraid of the future. Jon settled the last of the free folk on the empty lands and watched, with a wary contentment he did not trust, as the oldest enemies in the north began the slow, awkward business of becoming neighbors. A spearwife wed a hornwood widower. A clan chief's son took service with the Manderleys and learned his letters. It was not peace, not yet. It was only the absence of fresh killing. But the absence of fresh killing is the soil that peace grows in, and Jon had learned beyond the wall to be grateful for soil and let the harvest worry about itself. He wrote to the lords who had not yet declared, and fed the ones who had, and buried the ones the winter took. And through all of it he kept one eye on the north and one on the sea, the dead at his back and the dragons coming, and waited for the hour the waiting would end, as it always did, badly and all at once. Then he went down off the wall to his ledgers, because the small folk still needed feeding, and a king who indulged the size of his troubles instead of doing the next small thing in front of him was no use to anyone, and there was always, the cold had taught him, a next small thing. Chapter 6. In Chapter 7. Ice and fire, the dead came to the wall on the longest night of the year, and there were so many of them that the snow itself seemed to be moving. Jon watched them come from the top of the wall at Castle Black, 700 feet of ice under his boots, and the whole north spread black and white below, and he had spent his whole life learning not to name a fear before he could name what to do about it. And he found, looking down, that he had finally met a thing he could not put a number to. He had counted the dead at the fist and stopped when the counting became an act of despair. There was no counting this. The host of the dead filled the haunted forest from the wall to the horizon, rank on rank of them, a field of pale blue points of light that was the eyes of the dead catching the moon, more eyes than there were stars, and the field stretched back into the dark farther than the eye could follow, and somewhere out there, the wildling said, it stretched all the way to the heart of winter, where the cold was a wall of its own, and the Night King kept his court. Gods be good, said Tormund Giantsbane, who feared nothing that lived. I've seen them gather. I ran from them at Hardhome and watched them take 3,000 of my people in a night. I didn't see this. No one living has seen this. This is everyone the cold has taken since the world began. He gripped his axe. Well, we wanted them to come to us instead of catching us in the open. Be careful what you wish for, the Southerners say. I never understood that until now. The wall was the strongest position in the world, and it had one fatal weakness, which Jon had spent a moon's turn trying and failing to mend. It was very long, and there were not enough living men to hold all of it. 300 miles of ice, 19 castles, and most of the castles empty ruins, garrisoned now by a desperate stitching together of everything the living could muster. The Watch and the Wildlings and the Northern Levies and Stannies' Southron Knights, spread so thin along the top of the world that a man could walk a mile of the wall's crown at some castles and meet no other living soul. The dead did not need to break the wall everywhere. They needed to break it once. He had walked the whole length of it in his mind 100 times, and the conclusion was always the same. 300 miles of ice, and not enough living hands to hold a tenth of it. A dragon that could be in one place at a time. An enemy that grew wherever it bled. There was no clever sum that turned those numbers into a victory, and Jon had stopped hunting for one, and started instead looking for the smaller thing a man could actually do. Not to win the night, but to be standing when it ended. Jon had a dragon, and the dragon changed the arithmetic, and the dragon was not enough. And he had known it would not be enough since the night he learned that the fire in Drogon's chest was a well and not a sea. He had spent the last days before the longest night turning the wall into a thing that could bleed the dead. There was no holding 300 miles, so he did not try. He drew the living back into the castles that could be held, Castle Black and the Shield Hall and the Queensgate and a handful more, and the gaps between them he gave to fire. Trenches dug in the frozen ground and filled with pitch and oil and every barrel of brandy in the north. Fire that could be lit in a single breath and would burn for hours. Walls of flame to channel the dead onto the ground the living chose. Melisandre walked the trenches at dusk and woke them with a word and a touch, and the line of fire ran along the foot of the wall from horizon to horizon, a red mirror of the cold field beyond it. And for one evening, the men on the ice let themselves believe it would be enough. Jon did not let himself believe it. He stood before the captains in the common hall, the wildling chiefs and the northern lords and the officers of the Watch and Stannies' grim knights, men who had hated each other their whole lives gathered under one roof by a thing that hated them all, and he did not give them a song. The fire holds them. It does not end them, he said. Only the dragon ends them in numbers, and the dragon is one beast with a fire that runs dry. So we do not try to win tonight. We try to be alive at dawn, hold the castles, burn your dead before they rise, every one, no matter who they were to you, because the worst thing on this wall tonight will not be the enemy you came to fight. It will be the friend who fell beside you an hour ago. He looked at them, the living, the few. They will throw our own dead at us. Steel your hearts against the faces. The thing wearing your brother's face is not your brother. Put it down and burn it and grieve at dawn if there is a dawn, and there will be if you hold. It was not a song. They went out to the wall anyway, which was its own kind of courage, the courage of men who fight without believing, and Jon counted that too. The first assault came at dawn against Castle Black, where the living were thickest, and it was a feint, and Jon knew it was a feint and could do nothing about it, because a feint you cannot ignore is as good as a true blow. The dead came against the gate and the ice in a tide, climbing the sheer face with the patience of frost, driving wedges of whites up the causeway, and Jon took Drogon down the face of the wall and burned them. And the burning was glorious and it was horrible, the white-green-gold fire scouring the dead from the ice in their thousands, and it accomplished. He understood even as he did it exactly nothing, because for every 1,000 he burned the host sent 10,000 more, and the well in the dragon's chest drew down. And the dawn that should have brought hope brought only enough light to see how little the fire had changed. On the ground at the gate of Castle Black, the war had a different face, and Jon could not be in two places, and the gate was held by men with steel and fire and nothing else. Gren held it. Gren, who had survived the hollow on the cold road and the ruin of the fist and 1,000 miles of walking, who had been a loud green boy and become a quiet hard man, stood in the mouth of the gate tunnel with a ring of brothers around him, and a wall of the dead grinding against their shields, and he held. The dead came in the dark of the tunnel where the dragon fire could not reach, and the brothers met them with torch and steel, taking the heads, burning what they could, giving ground inch by frozen inch and then giving no more, because behind them was the open gate and the castle and everyone the castle sheltered, and a man holds a gate or he does not. There is no third thing. A dead giant came against them, one of the great risen things from the far north, 12 feet of frozen flesh with eyes like blue lamps, and it took the gate apart, the iron and the brothers both, and Gren met it. He set his feet in the throat of the tunnel and he did not run, and the brothers with him did not run because he did not, and they brought the giant down with fire and Valyrian steel, and the simple refusal to move, and it fell and it crushed 2 of them in the falling, and Gren took its head himself. And then a wight he had not seen took him from the side, low, under the ribs, and that was all it took, in the end. One wight a tired man did not see. Jon felt him go out in the red country, a candle among candles, one of 10,000 that night, and he could not have told the one from the others except that he had eaten beside this one and laughed with him and counted on him. And an hour later, flying the line, Jon saw a dead thing in a black cloak holding the gate Gren had died to hold, holding it for the other side now, its eyes gone the glacier blue, and he did the only thing left to do for a friend, which was to give him to the fire clean. So that whatever the cold had taken could not keep him. He did not weep. There was no time, and the time would come, and he was learning that grief deferred is grief compounded, and that a king pays it all at once, at the end, with interest. Then the Night King taught them what they were truly fighting. Jon saw him at last, across the field of the dead, mounted on a dead horse on a rise of black stone, and he was one of the others, and he was more than the others, taller, crowned with a crown of ice that had grown from his own brow. And where the lesser others were beautiful and terrible, the Night King was only terrible, a thing of such ancient and total cold that the snow flew up from the ground around him in a constant spiral, and Jon felt the creature's attention find him across a mile of slaughter. Find him and weigh him and recognize him, the fire to its ice, the one thing in the world that was its true opposite, and the Night King raised both arms to the iron sky. The dead Jon had killed stood up, not the dead of ages, the fresh dead, the wildlings and the Northmen and the brothers of the Watch who had fallen in the dawn assault, the men who had died holding the gate. They opened their eyes blue and rose with the frost already climbing their faces, and turned on the living they had died beside. That was the Night King's true weapon, the one no fire could answer. He did not merely command the dead, he made them endlessly out of the living's own losses, so that every man the defenders lost became a sword in the enemy's hand, and the longer the living fought the stronger the dead grew. And the arithmetic of it was a horror that Jon's mind, which had never stopped grinding, ground all the way down to its black bottom and found no floor. "They turn our own," Stannis said, beside him on the ice, his face gray, his sword red. The king had fought on the wall all morning like a common man, which Jon had not expected and would not forget. "Every man we lose twice. We cannot win a battle of numbers against an enemy that recruits from our dead, so we do not fight a battle of numbers." His jaw worked. "We fight a battle of fire, your fire. It is the only thing that ends them for good, ash that cannot rise. The dragon must not stop, whatever it costs the beast, whatever it costs you." The shield hall nearly fell at dusk, and Stannis Baratheon saved it, which Jon would remember when the time came to remember the dead king kindly. The dead had massed against the broken western wall where the garrison was thinnest, wildlings and 100 of Stannis' knights, and they came over the rubble in a tide, and the line buckled, and a lesser man would have pulled back to the keep and let the wall go. Stannis did not. He put himself in the gap with his glowing sword and his grim silence, a Southron king who owed the North nothing, fighting in its snow as though it were his own, and he held the rubble while the wildlings reformed, and he took an ice-touched blade in the side doing it, a wound that should have killed him and would have killed a younger man with more blood in him to lose. He did not fall. He stood in the gap bleeding black-edged blood into the snow, until Melisandre reached him and her arts closed the wound enough to keep the cold from climbing it, and the shield hall held, and the wildlings who had spent their lives hating Southron kings looked at the Iron Man bleeding for their wall and revised, in the way of the free folk, who give respect to deeds and nothing else, their opinion of at least this one. Jon flew over it and saw the king upright in the gap and the line holding behind him, and he understood that the war for the dawn would be won, if it was won at all, by exactly this. By men with every reason to hate each other deciding, for one night, that the dark behind them mattered more than the grudges between them. It cost. Jon flew until the well in Drogon's chest was a coal, and then he flew on, and he felt the dragon's exhaustion through the bond like his own, the great wings laboring, the fire coming thinner each pass, and still the dead came, and still the Night King raised them, and the longest night earned its name because the dawn assault became the day's siege, became the dusk's horror, and there was no hour in any of it when the living were not dying, and the dead were not multiplying. The wildlings held the shield hall gate and died and rose. The Northmen held the Queen's Gate and died and rose. And at the Night Fort, the largest and oldest and most ruined of the 19 castles, where the garrison was thinnest because the walls were most broken, the Night King sent his true blow at last, and the feint at Castle Black showed its purpose, because Jon and the dragon were 30 miles away with the fire drawn down to embers when the dead poured into the Night Fort and took it. He felt it before the riders came. He felt the living go out, a whole garrison, 800 men, guttering like candles in the red country at the edge of his awareness, and he turned the exhausted dragon east and flew through the dusk knowing he would be too late, and he was too late. The Night Fort had a gate, a great gate, sealed for centuries, and the dead did not climb the wall there. They opened the gate. Somehow, in the old ruined dark of the oldest castle, with its garrison dead and rising, the cold found the way through that men had sealed 8,000 years before, and the host of the dead began to pour south, through the wall, into the north, into the world of the living. The thing the wall had been built across the whole top of the world to prevent, and Jon Stark arrived on a spent dragon in time to watch it happen and not in time to stop it. He did what he could. He brought Drogon down on the column of the dead pouring through the breach, and he wrung the last fire out of the well, the last true breath, and he sealed the gate with a wall of dragon flame and melted stone, and it held, that one gate held, 800 dead sealed on the southern side to be hunted down by the riders Jon screamed orders at through the dark, and the breach was stopped. But it had been opened. The dead had learned that the wall was not absolute, that there were doors in it old enough to forget their wards, and the Night King, across the field, lowered his arms and looked at the sealed gate and the spent dragon, and Jon felt the thing's cold satisfaction across the miles, because the Night King had not expected to break through tonight. He had expected to learn, and he had learned. Jon brought the dragon down on the broken battlement of the Night Fort, both of them shaking with exhaustion, and the Night King was there. He had crossed the field. He stood on the ice below the broken wall, alone, the crown of frost on his brow and the spiral of snow rising around him, and he looked up at Jon and the dragon, and Jon looked down at the thing that had emptied the world, and the bond hummed with Drogon's hatred, the pure ancient enmity of fire for the cold that had nearly killed it on the mountain. And Jon did the most dangerous thing he had done since he climbed that mountain. He took the dragon down to face the Night King on the ground. The descent was the longest moment of the night. Drogon fell out of the dark with the last of his strength, and the dead on the field below turned their 1,000 blue eyes up to watch, and they did not move, because the Night King did not will them to, because this was a thing between the old enemies and the host was only an audience. Jon felt the dragon's hatred, and the dragon felt the Night King's nothing, the absence where a soul should be, the cold that did not hate back because hatred was a kind of heat, and there was no heat in it at all. They came level with the broken battlement, and the dragon's vast head swung down until the red eye was a span from the thing of ice, fire and frost regarding each other across a hand's breadth of freezing air. 8,000 years of war folded into one held instant, and the snow that spiraled forever around the Night King hissed, where it met the heat coming off the dragon's hide, a thin veil of steam rising between them, the only thing in the world that touched them both. Then Jon gave the word, because someone had to break the moment, and the world was made of the living breaking moments the dead were content to hold forever. "Burn it," he said into the red country, and there was nothing left in the well, and Drogon reached past empty and found something underneath empty, the way Jon had found something underneath his own death on the slope, and the dragon breathed one last time, the whole of itself in it, a column of that white-green-gold fire that turned the night to noon and the snow to a lake, and should have ended anything that had ever lived. The Night King walked out of it. He came through the dragon fire the way a man walks through a curtain, unhurried, the frost on his armor not even melted, the fire parting around him and finding nothing to burn, because there was nothing in him to burn, no life, no warmth, no fuel, only the cold made solid and given a will. And Jon understood with the floating clarity that came to him at the worst moments that he had been wrong about the most important thing. Fire did not end the Night King. Fire ended the dead the Night King raised, the whites, the risen men, because those had been flesh and flesh will burn. The Night King was not risen flesh. He was the cold itself, the great other's hand in the world, and he had been made, the oldest song said, by the children of the forest with a shard of dragonglass driven into a living heart, ice and a splinter of frozen fire. And the thing that had made him was the only thing that could unmake him, and it was not a dragon's breath. The understanding came all at once and complete, the way the worst understandings always did, and it rearranged everything Jon thought he knew. He had spent a season believing he was the answer. The dragon, the fire, the blood, the prophecy the red woman wore like a brand, Azor Ahai, the prince that was promised, the fire that drives back the dark. He had let himself, in the quiet hours over the ledgers, half believe it, because a man carrying a weight that size wants to believe the weight has a purpose. And here was the purpose walking through the heart of his fire untouched, telling him in the only language the cold spoke that the prophecy, if it was a prophecy at all, was not a promise of victory. It was a riddle with a missing piece, and the piece was not a dragon. The dragon was the question. Somewhere out in the freezing dark, or across the sea, or buried in the books Sam was reading at the end of the world, was the answer, and Jon did not have it, and the not having sat in him colder than the wind. The Night King raised one long arm, and in his hand grew a spear of ice, and he drew it back to throw it at the dragon, the way the other on the mountain had thrown the crystal sword that had nearly killed Drogon before Jon ever climbed to him. And Jon did not have time to flee and did not try. He drove the dragon up, straight up, off the battlement into the dark, the exhausted wings hammering, the ice spear screaming past close enough that the cold of it burned Jon's cheek, And he climbed into the night, and the dead fell away below, and the Night King watched him go, and did not pursue, because the Night King had all of time, and the living had only the nights between here and the end. He flew south through the dark, the spent dragon barely staying aloft, and he carried with him the thing he had learned, which was the worst thing he had ever learned, worse than the dead, worse than his own death on the mountain. That his fire, the one weapon he had crossed the world to find, the thing that made him a king and a savior and a song, could not end the war. It could hold the wall for a night at a terrible price. It could not win. The Night King could walk through the heart of the sun and feel nothing. And there were not enough Valyrian blades and not enough dragonglass in all the north to face a host that grew from its own victories. And the living were going to lose, slowly, certainly, the way a fire loses to a flood, unless something changed, unless the living had more than one fire, more than one dragon, more than one chance to find the single weapon in all the world that could end the thing that could not be burned. Dawn found him on the battlements of Castle Black. The dragon collapsed in the snow beyond the gate too spent to hunt, the survivors of the longest night straggling in from the castles that still held, the dead drawn back at last into the haunted forest to wait, because even the dead, it seemed, observed some rhythm, some tide, and the day was the living's to count their losses in. Jon counted them. He had said he would carry the count, and he carried it, and it was a weight that bent him over the battlement. And Tormund came and stood beside him and did not speak, and Stannis came, leaning on a squire, a wound in his side that Melisandre's arts had closed but not healed, and the three of them looked north at the field of the dead that had not grown smaller for all the burning, and no one said the thing they were all thinking, which was that they had fought the dead to a standstill with everything they had and a dragon besides, and the dead had not even brought their full strength, and the living could not do it again. The count, when Jon let himself take it, was a thing with no bottom. The Watch had lost more men in a single night than it had lost in the last 100 years of ranging. The wildlings had lost a third of every band that held a gate. Whole northern houses had been halved, their levies dead on the ice and walking now in the haunted forest among the enemy. And the worst of the count was not the number, it was the faces, because the faces were on both sides of the field now. The living thinned and the dead thickened with the same men, so that a defender looking north at dawn might see, among the pale host, a brother he had shared bread with at supper, watching him back with eyes gone blue. Jon made himself look. He had told the captains to steel their hearts against the faces, and a king does not ask of his men a thing he will not do himself, so he looked, and he found Gren's face among the dead, far out on the field, patient, waiting, and he held the looking until it was done, and then he turned away, because there was a thing on the southern horizon now that needed a living king to meet it, and the dead would keep. The dead always kept. Jon did not let the others see how the night had hollowed him. A commander who shows the bottom of his own fear hands it to every man who follows him, and so he stood straight on the battlement and gave the morning its orders, the burning of the fallen, the counting of the stores, the mending of the gates, and only in the private dark behind his own eyes did he let himself reckon the truth. They had spent everything, and the enemy had spent almost nothing. The longest night had been one night, and there would be others. He had crossed the world to find a weapon, and learned that it was only a shield. The knowledge sat in him cold and patient, a second winter under the first, and he carried it down off the wall with the rest of his count, and told no one, and began already to look for the thing that could turn a shield into a sword, because there was always a next thing, and a man who stopped looking for it was a man already counted among the lost. There, Stannis said. He was not looking north. He was looking south with the gray eyes of a man who had spent his life reading the sea, and he raised one trembling hand and pointed at the dawn horizon, where the white and gray of sky met the white and gray of the frozen plain, and where very far off a darker shape had appeared that did not belong to either. "Sails," the king said. "On the Bay of Seals, a great many sails." His ruined face did not change. "Your aunt has crossed the sea, dragon's son. The fire from the east has come at last." He lowered the hand. "Let us pray she has come to fight the dead and not to fight you. Because if it is you, then the war for the dawn is over before the second night, and the cold has already won, and we have only been too proud to notice." Jon looked south at the sails, and north at the dead, and felt the bond stir as the spent dragon below lifted its great head from the snow toward the eastern horizon, toward the two distant fires winging closer over the cold sea, kin calling to kin. And he understood that the next battle of his life would not be fought with a sword or a dragon, but with whatever words he could find to say to a woman who held two dragons and a year of grief, and the only fire in the world that could turn the longest night. And that he had no idea, none at all, what those words would be. Chapter 7 in Chapter 8, The Dragon's Council. She came ashore at White Harbor with an army out of a song, and Jon flew down to meet her, and the two dragons in the sky over the city saw the third and went mad with joy. That was the first thing, before any word was spoken, before the politics and the claims and the careful poisoned courtesies. The dragons knew each other. Regal and Viserion broke from their circling above the Queen's fleet, and climbed toward Drogon screaming the three-note song Jon had heard across the world, and Drogon answered. And the three of them met high over the Bay of Seals in a tangle of wings and fire, and a sound that emptied the streets of White Harbor below. And Jon held on between Drogon's shoulders and felt, through the bond, an emotion that was not his and was too large for him. The homecoming of a creature that had believed itself alone in the world and was alone no longer. He had taken the dragon for granted, he realized, in the way you take for granted a thing that has only ever been yours. He had never once thought about what it had cost Drogon to be the last of his kind in a frozen waste. Now the cost showed itself in its sudden absence, and Jon understood that he was about to negotiate with a woman who had every reason to hate him, over a creature whose deepest want had just been answered by her and not by him. The army came ashore behind the dragons all that day and the next, and the north had never seen its like. 8,000 unsullied came down the gangplanks in ranks so straight they might have been drawn with a rule, spear and shield and spiked cap, freedmen who had been slaves and soldiers, and were now something the world had no settled name for. The Dothraki would not at first leave the ships, because the horse lords feared the cold and the gray sea both, and then they came roaring down onto the docks on their screaming mounts, and galloped the snowbound streets of White Harbor whooping at the strangeness of frozen water falling from the sky. The Northmen lined the walls and watched the slave soldiers and the horse savages, and the dark-skinned woman from the Summer Isles and the dwarf and the Silver Queen, and the wildlings who had come down to White Harbor watched too. And Jon stood among them, and understood that he was looking at the strangest army in the history of the world, slaves and savages and free folk, and the proud, cold lords of the north, gathered to a frozen city by a thing that wanted them all dead without distinction. And that the dead had done, in their hunger, the one thing no king had ever managed, which was to make the whole quarreling world briefly one. They came down together on the snow outside Newcastle, all three dragons, and Daenerys Targaryen stood waiting in the cold she had never felt before, small and silver and unbowed, and Drogon left Jon. He felt it happen and could not stop it and would not have tried. The great black dragon set Jon down and walked to the silver woman across the snow, and lowered his vast head to her, and she put her bare hand on his snout the way a mother touches a child returned from the dead, and Jon stood apart in the cold and watched the bond he had thought was his stretch toward another, and waited to learn whether it would break. It did not break. That was the thing he would turn over for a long time afterward. Drogon greeted his mother and grieved with her and forgave her perhaps for the sky she had fallen out of. And then the great red eye came back to Jon across the snow, and the bond held, the red country still open, still his, and Jon understood the truth of the old line at last, the one he had thought was poetry. A dragon is no slave. Drogon had not been Daenerys's possession and was not Jon's. He had chosen her once and chosen Jon after, and he could love the one and ride with the other because he was not a thing that was owned. He was a person, a vast and terrible person, and he had made in his own incomprehensible way a choice. It changed something in Jon to watch the reunion, and the change was not the jealousy he had braced for. It was closer to shame. He had ridden the dragon as if it were a gift made to him alone, a thing the cold had given the bastard to make up for everything the warm world had withheld. He had never let himself feel the other side of the bond, the long loneliness of the only fire in a frozen world, the year the great black creature had spent grieving a mother it had flown from and could not find. Watching Drogon press his enormous head into Daenerys's small hands, Jon felt that loneliness end, felt it through the red country as a warmth going out of the dragon and into the world, and he understood that he had been, without meaning to be, a poor steward of the thing he rode. A dragon was not a sword you drew. It was a person you traveled with, and persons had griefs, and he had been too busy with his own to learn the dragon's. He resolved to do better, which was a strange resolution to make about a creature that could swallow him whole, and he meant it all the same. He chose you. Daenerys's voice carried across the snow, low and even, the voice of a woman holding something very tightly. I hatched him from stone. I walked into the fire that killed my husband, and I came out with 3 children, and he was the eldest and the fiercest and the one I loved past sense. And he flew from me in the grass, and I mourned him for a year, and I crossed the world to take him back, and he just walked past me to stand at your shoulder. Her eyes were very bright. Tell me why, Jon Stark. The whole realm says a bastard tamed a dragon. A bastard cannot tame a dragon. So tell me the truth here now, before either of us says a word about thrones. Why did my child choose you? It was the question Aemon had asked by his fire at the end of the world, and Jon had answered it with a true thing then, and he found he could not answer it with anything less now, because the woman in front of him had 2 dragons and an army and a year of grief, and a lie would not survive contact with her, and the war for the dawn would not survive a lie between the only 2 people in the world who could win it. Because we share blood, Jon said. The same blood you carry. I didn't know it until a blind old man at the wall reasoned it out, and I didn't believe it until the old gods showed me. I'm not Eddard Stark's bastard. I'm his nephew. My mother was Lyanna Stark. He held her eyes. My father was Rhaegar Targaryen, your brother. The snow fell between them. Behind Jon, the 3 dragons had settled into a wary coil, watching their riders the way dogs watch men deciding whether to fight. And Daenerys Targaryen looked at Jon, who had just told her she was not the last of her house, and her face did the thing Jon had watched 100 faces do when the world rearranged itself around them, the brief collapse and the swift rebuilding, and what it rebuilt into was not what he had braced for. That is a very convenient story, she said, for a man who wants a kingdom. It's a very inconvenient story, Jon said, for a man who has one. Think it through. I'm king in the north. The lords chose me frailly because I'm a Stark. The moment I'm Rhaegar's son, I'm not a Stark anymore. I'm the thing that burned this realm for 300 years, and half my lords would walk out of my hall. I gain a claim to a throne I don't want, and I lose the only crown I actually hold. If I were inventing a lie to take a kingdom, Daenerys, I'd have invented a better one. The truth is almost never convenient. That's most of how you tell it from a lie. He let that sit. And there's a way to prove it that doesn't ask you to trust my face. Come with me to the Godswood. There's a weirwood there. The old gods keep what they've seen, and they'll show you the same thing they showed me, and then you won't have to take a stranger's word for the most important fact in the world. Tyrion Lannister, who had been standing very still through all of this with the expression of a man watching two people juggle torches over a powder keg, cleared his throat. "I find," he said, "that I would very much like to see this godswood, partly because the fate of the realm may hang on what's in it, and partly because, if there is the smallest chance that I have spent a year serving the second-best Targaryen claim by accident, I would like to know before I say something I'll regret to the best one. Shall we? Before the dragons get bored and eat the city." The godswood of White Harbor was small and southern, a single weirwood in a walled garden gone white with snow, and Jon led the queen and her hand to it through the silent city, and he put his hand on the carved red face, the dead hand, and he reached for his brother as he had reached in the grove beyond the wall, and Bran was there, because Bran was always there now, in the roots and the leaves and the spaces between, and Bran showed them. He showed all three of them. Jon felt the vision take Daenerys beside him, felt her hand find the bark, and they stood together in a place that was hot and dry and far away and long ago, a sept in a holdfast in the south of Westeros, and a young man with silver hair and sad eyes, Rhaegar, her brother, his father, stood before a septon with a northern girl's hand in his, and they spoke the vows, and a maester unrolled a parchment that dissolved a first marriage and a septon bound a second, and it was done quietly in secret. In the middle of a war, the prince who believed in prophecy taking a second wife the way the old dragon lords had taken many, because he believed the songs, and the songs required a third child, the prince that was promised, the song of ice and fire. And then the vision moved, the way Bran moved it, to a tower in the Red Mountains, and a bed of blood and the same northern girl dying, and Eddard Stark taking a child into his arms and making a promise, and the child was Jon, and the marriage made him not a bastard at all, but a true-born son of Rhaegar Targaryen, born in wedlock, the elder claim, the heir of the heir, the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms by every law the realm had ever kept. Daenerys took her hand from the tree, and she did not speak for a long time, and the snow fell on the little walled garden, and Tyrion looked between the two of them with the face of a man recalculating a sum he had thought finished. "Well," the dwarf said softly, "that does complicate the seating arrangements. You are the rightful king." Daenerys said it flatly, testing the shape of it, a thing she had to say aloud to believe she had heard. "Not me. I crossed the world believing I was the last dragon, the blood of the conqueror, born to take back what was stolen from my family, and I am the last dragon's aunt. The throne I have wanted since I was a girl with nothing, the throne I have bled for and burned for and built an army out of slaves to win, is yours, by a law I have spent my life insisting the realm must obey." She looked at him, and something moved behind her eyes that Jon could not read and did not trust himself to. "You could destroy me with this. You understand that. You take it to the lords of Westeros, and I am a usurper twice over, a pretender against my own blood. Why would you show me a thing that hands you the war between us before it begins?" "Because I don't want the war between us," Jon said. "I want the war against the dead, and I can't win it without you, and you can't win it without me, and neither of us can win it if we spend the winter circling each other over a chair." He stepped closer, and the dragons beyond the wall shifted at the nearness of their riders. "Here's the truth I actually came to tell you, and it's worth more than any claim. I've seen the thing we're fighting. I've put a dragon's whole fire into the Night King and watched him walk out of it and not even melt the frost on his shoulders. Fire doesn't end him. One dragon can't win this. I don't think 3 dragons can win it either, not by burning, because you cannot burn the cold itself. We need each other, and we need the thing neither of us has found yet, the weapon that ends the thing that can't be burned. And the only way we find it is together, with the whole strength of the living, north and south, fire and fire, instead of two dragon-blooded fools settling an old family quarrel while the world ends around them. He held out his hand, the dead one, the one that had touched the tree. Bend no knees, swear no oaths, not yet. Just stand with me against the dark, and we'll fight about the throne in the spring, like two people who live to see it. That's the only crown worth having this winter, Daenerys. The one called Still Breathing. She looked at his outstretched hand for a long moment. Then Daenerys Targaryen, who had been a beggar and a queen and a breaker of chains, who had crossed the world to take a throne and found her own blood holding the better claim and an honest hand instead of a knife, did the thing that Jon would later think was the bravest he ever saw a monarch do, which was to set down, for the sake of the living, the one thing she had wanted her whole life. In the spring, she said, and took his hand. We fight about it in the spring. And Jon Stark, or Jon Targaryen, or whatever the gods decide to call you when this is done, hear me. I have spent my life learning not to trust men who want my throne. You are the first who ever had a better claim and offered me his hand instead of taking my head. If you are lying to me, if this is a long northern game, I will know, and there will not be enough fire in the world to shield you from what I am. But if you are telling the truth... Something in her face eased, the first ease Jon had seen in it. Then I came across the world looking for a throne and found a family instead, and that may be the better bargain, though I will deny I said so if you ever repeat it. Jon did not have an answer for that, because the truth of it had landed somewhere under his ribs and stayed there. He had grown up the one Stark who belonged to no one, the bastard at the end of the table, the boy whose mother had no name and whose place had no certainty. He had crossed a frozen world and bonded a god and won a crown, and none of it had touched the old hollow place. And here, in a snowbound garden, a silver-haired stranger who had every reason to want him dead had just called him family and meant it, and the hollow place, which fire and crowns had failed to fill, took the word and held it. He said nothing. Some things a man does not say aloud, for fear of finding out the world was only joking. But he marked it, as he marked the count of the dead, except that this was a tally on the other side of the ledger, the first entry it had carried in a long while. It would be a strange thing, being family to Daenerys Targaryen. They were aunt and nephew by blood, and near of an age by accident. Two people raised at opposite ends of the world to believe themselves alone in it, and they circled each other in those first days with the wariness of survivors who have learned that everyone who offers a hand eventually wants something for it. But the wariness was honest, and honesty is a foundation where flattery is only paint. Jon found that he preferred her sharp suspicion to the easy deference of lords who wanted his favor. She tested him constantly, with questions that had blades in them, and he tested her back, and somewhere in the testing a thing took root that neither of them would name, because naming it would have meant admitting how badly each had gone without it. Someone of their own blood who could look at the weight they carried and understand it unspoken. They had a war to fight first. But the root was there, and roots are patient, and grow best in hard ground. There were practical matters in it too, of course, as there are practical matters in everything a monarch touches. Two dragon-blooded claimants standing together meant the realm could not so easily set them against each other, and Tyrion said as much, with the satisfaction of a man watching a difficult board simplify before him. But Jon found he cared less for the politics of it than he had expected to. He had spent a lifetime being the only Stark who belonged to no one. Belonging to someone, even warily, even late, was a thing the cold had never once offered, and he meant to keep it. The council that followed was the strangest in the history of the realm, and the most important, and no song would ever do it justice, because it was mostly two clever people, and a clever dwarf arguing logistics over a map until dawn. They fought. The good kind of fighting, the kind that hammers a plan into something that might survive contact with the enemy. Daenerys wanted to take all 3 dragons north at once and break the dead in a single great battle. Jon argued her out of it, because he had seen the dead grow from the living's losses, and a single great battle was exactly the kind of arithmetic the Night King wanted. Tyrion wanted to treat with Cersei, to buy a truce in the south so the whole strength of the realm could turn north, and Jon and Daenerys both told him his sister would never honor a truce, and Tyrion agreed gloomily, because he knew her better than either of them and had only been hoping to be wrong. The plan they hammered out by candlelight was a plan of attrition turned on its head, because the usual arithmetic of attrition belonged to the enemy. The dead grew from the living's losses, therefore the living could not trade lives, not even good trades. What the living could trade was ground. Jon laid it out on the painted table the way the cold had taught him to think, cold and clean. They would not meet the dead in one great battle, because one great battle was a feast the Night King would rise fat from. They would fight a war of fire and distance, falling back from holdfast to holdfast down the Kingsroad, burning every field and barn and body behind them, drawing the dead deeper into a north-scoured bear, stretching the host of the cold across a country with nothing in it to take, while the 3 dragons struck and withdrew, never staying long enough to be answered, bleeding the dead at the edges where their numbers meant least. And while they bled the dead, they would hunt the one thing that mattered. Dragonglass. Sam's ravens from the citadel had confirmed what the oldest tales said. The children of the forest had made the others with dragonglass, and dragonglass unmade them, and the greatest load of it in all the world lay under the smoking island of Dragonstone, the ancient seat of House Targaryen, empty and waiting in the south. Daenerys would send her fleet to take it and mine it and arm the whole host with frozen fire, every spear and arrow tipped in the one stone that ended another for good. It was not a plan to win in a day. It was a plan to still be losing slowly when the weapon to win was finally in their hands, and that, Jon told them, was the only kind of plan that beat an enemy with all of time on its side, a plan that bought time of its own. The raven from the south settled the matter, as ravens have a way of doing. It came 3 days into the council, and it carried Cersei Lannister's answer to the queen who had landed an army in her realm. She had hired the Golden Company out of Essos, 20,000 sellswords and their elephants, and she meant to let the North and the dragons bleed themselves white against the dead, and then sweep up the survivors at her leisure, and she sent her cordial wishes that the dead might find the dragon lovers as delicious as she expected. Qyburn's hand had written it. Cersei's malice was in every line. She means to win the throne by losing the realm, Tyrion said, setting the parchment down. Let everyone who could threaten her die in the snow and rule the graveyard after. It is the most clever and the most stupid thing she has ever done, and she cannot see the difference because she has never once in her life looked past the next move to the board. He rubbed his face. She will not help. She will hope we lose. Which means the South is closed to us, and the war for the dawn is ours alone, north and east, dragons and wildlings and Northmen and freed slaves, against everything the cold has taken since the world was young. He looked up at the two of them. I have served bad causes and lost ones. I find I would rather lose this one than win most of the others. Shall we go and save a world that doesn't deserve us? Daenerys would not commit her dragons to a war she had not seen with her own eyes, and Jon thought better of her for it, because a monarch who spends her strength on another's say-so is a monarch who will spend it badly. So before they marched, he took her north on the dragons, just the two of them and Drogon and Regal, up over the white country to the edge of the haunted forest where the dead host waited in the dark beneath the moon. He brought her high, out of bowshot of the ice spears, and he let her look, and he watched her face as she looked, because he had looked himself from this same height and knew what it did to a person. The field of blue eyes stretched to the horizon and past it, more than the stars. The cold, patient ocean of everything the world had ever buried. And Daenerys Targaryen, who had walked through fire and broken cities, and stared down the great masters of 3 slaver bays without flinching, looked down at the dead, and went silent in the way that the bottom of a thing makes a person silent. "I have spent my whole life," she said at last over the wind, "believing that the throne was the great prize and the great enemy was whoever sat in it. I was a child playing at a child's war." She did not take her eyes from the field below. "This is the war. Everything else was rehearsal. Thank you for showing me. I would not have believed it from a map, and I would have ruined us all by not believing it. We fight your way, Jon, the slow way, the way that wins." It was the moment the alliance truly became one, not in the godswood with the claim and the handclasp, but here in the freezing dark, 2 dragon riders looking down together at the end of the world and deciding, without a word of it spoken, that they would rather face it as kin than as rivals. They flew north at dawn, the 3 dragons together, black and green and cream and gold, and the small folk of the north came out into the snow to watch them pass. 3 dragons in the winter sky for the first time since the Age of Heroes, and the sight of them was a thing that put heart into a people who had run out of it. The fire come to fight the ice at last, in numbers, in force, in a song that had finally found its other singers. Jon flew at the head of them on Drogon, with his aunt at his side on the dragon named for his father, and for a while, in the cold, clean air over the white north, he let himself believe. It had been a long time since he had let himself believe anything. Belief was a luxury the cold road had taught him to do without, and he had carried the doing without all the way to a crown. But there is a difference between hope and belief that he only understood with his aunt's dragon at his wing and his father's dragon under her, and his own great black beast bearing him through a sky that held, for the first time in 300 years, 3 fires instead of 1. Hope was a thing you spent against the odds. Belief was a thing the odds had begun, at last, to earn. They were still going to lose men, and ground, and perhaps everything, but they were no longer going to lose alone. And a thing faced together was a different thing than a thing faced apart, smaller somehow even when it was exactly as large. And Jon flew north toward the dark with his family beside him, and let the difference warm him for as long as the flight lasted, which was not long, because the dark was patient and the flight was not. And the warmth, like all warmth in the country of the cold, was on loan. Far to the north, on a rise of black stone at the heart of the dead host, the Night King lifted his crowned head to the southern sky and watched 3 dragons fly toward him. And the thing that passed through his ancient and bottomless cold was not fear. The living thought in terms of weapons turned against the enemy. The Night King thought in terms of weapons taken from him. He had walked through a dragon's fire and felt nothing, and now there were 3 of them coming, 3 of the only creatures in the world that could melt the dead in their thousands, and a lesser enemy would have despaired. The Night King did not despair. He looked at the 3 dragons as Jon looked at a problem, turning it for the part that could be used, and he found it as he always found it in the simplest and coldest place. A dragon was fire made flesh, but flesh died, and the Night King raised what died. He did not need to defeat the dragons. He needed only to take one and turn it, and then the living would learn what Jon already half feared in the marrow of him, that the only thing worse than facing the dead with no dragon was facing them across the sky from one of your own. Chapter 8 in Chapter 9. The long night they made their stand at Winterfell, because a people will fight for a home in a way they will never fight for a line on a map, and because the dragonglass had come at last. It had taken the whole of the dying autumn to do it. Daenerys' fleet had taken Dragonstone unopposed, the smoking island empty as a robbed grave, and her freedmen had gone down into the volcanic dark with picks and torches, and brought up the frozen fire by the ton black glass that drank the light, and the ships had carried it north through the autumn gales to White Harbor, and the smiths of the north had worked themselves blind turning it into spearheads and arrowheads and daggers, until every man and woman who would stand on Winterfell's walls had a piece of the children's old magic to put between themselves and the dead. It was not enough. It was never going to be enough. Dragonglass broke where steel would bend, and a spearhead shattered on the second white as often as the first. But it was a chance, and a chance was more than the living had carried into any night since the cold came back, and they had bought it with a season of burning the north behind them and falling back, trading the whole of the country for the single thing that could end another for good. Jon had emptied the north into Winterfell, the small folk and the wildlings and the lords, the unsullied in their straight cold ranks, and the Dothraki who had learned to fear the dead and ride against them anyway. Stannis with his half-healed wound and his glowing sword, the remnant of the watch under Dolorous Ed, all of them crammed behind the gray walls his father's fathers had raised 8,000 years before, with the crypts beneath full of frightened children and the godswood at the heart of it where the plan, the real plan, the desperate secret hinge of the whole night, was going to turn, because Bran had told them how to win. He had come to them through the heart tree of Winterfell, the boy who was no longer only a boy, and he had told them the thing the oldest tales only whispered. The Night King had been made, in the dawn of days, by the children of the forest, who drove a shard of dragonglass into the heart of a man to make a weapon against the first men, and the weapon had turned in their hands and become the thing it now was, the cold given a crown and a will. He had been made, and a thing that was made could be unmade by the same means, dragonglass or Valyrian steel through the same heart, and here was the part that turned the whole war on a single point. Every white, every risen man, every other in all the host was bound to him, raised by his will and held by it, and if the Night King fell, they all fell. The endless army was a body, and the Night King was its heart, and you did not have to kill a body that had no end. You had to reach the heart. He knows it too, Bran had said, in the voice that came from the leaves. He has always known it. It is why he comes himself, why he does not simply send the dead and wait. He wants the ones who could end him dead first. He will come for me, because a greenseer who can see his unmaking is a danger to him. And he will come for you, Jon, and for Daenerys, because the dragons are the only thing that can carry a blade to him through 100,000 dead. He will come for the three of you. So we let him. We set the bait and we spring it, and we end 8,000 years of the long dark in a single hour, or we lose everything, and there is no third thing, and there is no second chance. And I am sorry, brother, that the world saved itself by spending you. It always does. There was an hour before dusk when there was nothing left to prepare, and Jon walked the walls of Winterfell and looked at the people he was about to spend. The children had gone down into the crypts, the deepest stone, where the kings of winter had lain undisturbed for 8,000 years, and the mothers with them, and the very old, and Jon had heard a man laugh at the irony of it, hiding the living among the stark dead on the one night the dead walked, and had not had the heart to tell him how little of a joke it might prove. On the walls the host busied itself with the small rituals of men before a battle. The unsullied stood in their silent ranks and did not speak, because they had been trained out of fear before they were trained into anything else. The Dothraki braided their hair and sharpened their araks and sang low songs of the horse god. Tormund found Jon on the battlement and pressed a skin of sour mead into his hand and said, "Whatever happens tonight, Crow King, you opened the wall for my people when your own brothers would have let us die on the wrong side of it. The free folk won't forget it, if any of us are left to remember anything." And Val came last and said nothing at all, only stood beside him a while in the failing light, and then put her hand flat against his chest over the heart. Once, the way the free folk marked a thing they meant to come back to, and walked away into the gathering dark without looking back. And Jon let her go, because there are promises a man keeps best by surviving to keep them. Then there was no more time for goodbyes, which was its own mercy, because goodbyes were a luxury and the dead did not grant luxuries. Jon went down to the dragons in the failing light, Drogon and Green Regal and the riderless Viserion. 3 fires gathered in the snow against the coming dark, and Daenerys met him there, ash-pale and steady, and they did not speak, because everything that needed saying had been said over the maps, and the rest could not be said at all. He climbed to Drogon's shoulder and felt the bond open, the red country, warm and vast in his. And below him the host of the living took its places on the walls and the fields, the last army of the world, and Jon looked out at the dark beyond the trenches where the cold was gathering itself. And he did the one thing the cold had never managed to teach him not to do. He hoped. Not for victory. He was long past hoping for anything so clean. He hoped only that when the night was over there would be enough of them left to be called a people, and that he would be among them to do the counting. The dead came at dusk, and the longest night the world had known since the dawn of days began. It did not begin with a charge. It began with the trenches, the great rings of fire Jon had dug around Winterfell and filled with pitch, and Melisandre rode out alone before the host with her ruby burning at her throat and woke them with a word, and the rings of fire roared up into the dark, and for a while the dead threw themselves into the flames and burned, and the living on the walls let themselves hope. Then the fires began to die, the way fires do, fed faster than they could be fed, and the dead came over the embers of their own burned thousands, and the true night began. Jon fought it from the sky, and Daenerys beside him, and the 3rd dragon, Viserion, cream and gold, ridden by no one but loosed to the battle on his own, and the 3 of them burned lanes through the dead the way a man scythes wheat. And below them the host of the living met the host of the dead on the snowfields before Winterfell with dragonglass and Valyrian steel, and the simple animal refusal to die. The Dothraki charged first and were swallowed, a screaming wave of horse flesh and curved steel breaking against the patient dead and vanishing into them, their fires going out one by one in the dark beyond the trenches, and Jon felt each one go in the red country, and counted, and could not stop counting. The Unsullied held the line in front of the gate, rank on rank, dragonglass spears taking the dead and shattering and being replaced from the rank behind, dying where they stood because they had been trained their whole stolen lives to die where they stood, and they bought the walls an hour with their bodies, and then another hour, and the dead climbed over the dead to reach them, and still they held. The walls were worse, and better and human. Stannis Baratheon held the eastern rampart with his glowing sword and his half-healed wound, and a grim corps of Southron knights, and he fought as he did everything, joylessly and well. And when a dead giant came over the wall, he met it with the same flat refusal he had met every disaster of his disastrous life, and brought it down, and took a wound that finished the work the ice blade at the shield hall had started. He did not stop fighting. He fought on with the cold climbing his side and his face going gray, and held the rampart until the dawn or until he fell, and Jon, flying over, did not see which, and would learn the answer only after. Dolorous Ed held the gatehouse with the last brothers of the Night's Watch, the men who had chosen the living over the oath, and he held it with the gallows humor that had carried him from the cold road to the end of the world, calling out the count of the dead as he killed them in a flat voice that made the men around him laugh even as they died, because a man who can make you laugh in the dark is worth 100 who can only make you brave. The wildlings fought as the free folk fight, no line and no order, only Tormund's great voice somewhere in the press, and 1,000 axes rising and falling, paying off in one night a debt the cold had been running up since before there were kings. They held, past all reason, past the breaking of every line, with dragonglass shattering in their hands and the dead coming over the embers in numbers that had no bottom. The living held the walls of Winterfell, because behind the walls were the crypts, and in the crypts were the children. And there is a thing in a person that will hold a wall it cannot hold when there are children at its back. The Night King came when the moon was down. He came as Bran had said he would, mounted on his dead horse at the head of his lieutenants, the others on their own pale mounts, and he came not at the Unsullied or the gate but around them, toward the Godswood, toward the boy in the tree, and Jon and Daenerys turned the dragons to meet him, and the trap the living had set began to close. They came down on him out of the dark, 2 dragons, fire and fire, and the Night King looked up at them with his bottomless cold, and he raised his arm and he threw. He did not throw at Drogon. He threw at Viserion, the riderless dragon, the one with no mind guiding it but its own, and the ice spear took the cream and gold dragon through the throat in the middle of his dive. And the sound the creature made was the worst sound Jon had heard in a life full of terrible sounds, a dragon's death scream, fire and agony, and Viserion fell out of the night with the light going out of him and crashed into the snow fields and was still, and Daenerys screamed. A mother's scream. The scream she had not screamed when she lost Drogon because she had not seen it happen. And now she had seen it. She had watched a child of hers die. And the grief of it nearly threw her from Rhaegal's back. Daenerys. Jon's voice cracked across the bond and the wind. Daenerys, the boy, get to Bran. He'll raise it, you know he'll raise it. Fire can't be wasted now. Get to Bran and hold the Godswood. I'll take the Night King, Gio. She went because she was a queen and not only a mother, and the cost of being a queen was choosing the living son in the tree over the dead one in the snow, and she would carry that choice the rest of her life, and she made it and turned Rhaegal toward the Godswood. And Jon turned Drogon toward the Night King alone, and behind him, in the snow fields, the thing he had feared in the marrow of him since the wall began to happen. The Night King raised his arm again, over the fallen dragon, as he raised his arm over every man who died in his sight, and Viserion opened his eyes, and they were blue. The dead dragon climbed back into the sky. It was wrong in every line, the wings torn and trailing, the throat a ruin of black ice where the spear had gone in, frost crawling along the cream and gold scales, and turning them the gray-blue of a wee-cold corpse. And when it opened its ruined mouth, what came out was not the red-gold fire of a living dragon, but a torrent of blue flame, cold fire, the fire of the heart of winter. And where it touched the walls of Winterfell, the ancient stone did not burn. It froze and shattered. 8,000 years of granite blowing apart like ice dropped on a forge, and a whole length of the wall the living had bled to hold simply ceased, and the dead poured through the gap into the heart of the north. At the Godswood the trap held, because the men set to hold it had decided to die before it broke. Jorah Mormont commanded the guard around the Heart Tree, the exile of Bear Island, the knight who had loved his queen across the whole turning world without hope or reward. And when the dead came through the broken wall and poured toward the boy in the tree, Jorah Mormont put himself in the gap with a dragonglass blade, and the last of his strength, and would not be moved. He had failed at everything a man can fail at, his honor and his marriage and his house, and he had spent his exile climbing back toward the one thing he could still be, which was a man who died well for something worth dying for, and he found it there, in the snow of the Godswood, between the dead and the boy whose sight was the world's last hope. He killed more of them than a dying man should have been able to. He took 12 wounds and gave 12 deaths, and stood over the roots of the Heart Tree when he could no longer stand anywhere else. And he was still standing, somehow, leaning on his blade in a ring of the fallen, when the queen he loved came down out of the sky on a green dragon to hold the Godswood beside him, too late to save him and just in time to be seen by him, which was, in the end, all the man had ever truly wanted. Jon had thought he understood despair. He had counted the dead at the fist and found it. He had watched the Night King walk through the heart of the sun and found it again. He had not understood it until he watched a dead dragon breathe cold fire on his father's home, because there are depths under every floor, and the cold had one more under that one. Always one more, and the living were not going to win this. The thought arrived with the clarity of the slope. The living are going to lose. And Jon Stark took the thought, as he had taken the arithmetic of his own death on a frozen mountain a lifetime ago, and he did with it the only thing he had ever known how to do, which was to refuse it. To me, he told Drogon, into the Red Country, into the bond that had carried him from the end of the world to here. One more time. The cold took your brother. Let's take it back. What followed, the singers would call the dance of the two dragons, and they would get it wrong, because they always got it wrong, because there is no way to put into a song the thing it is to ride a living god against your own kin, made into a weapon by the enemy of the world. Drogon and the dead Viserion met above the burning ruin of Winterfell, black against grey-blue, fire against cold fire, and they fell upon each other with a fury that shook snow from the distant mountains. The dead dragon felt no pain and no fear and had no rider to weigh down its choices, and it was terrible, and Drogon was alive. And being alive was the disadvantage and the whole of the point, because a living thing fights to live, and a dead thing only fights to kill, and the difference in the end was a hair's breadth, and it was everything. They tore at each other in the freezing dark, the black dragon's claws raking the rotted hide, the blue fire washing over Drogon's flank, and Jon feeling the cold of it through the bond like a blade of ice driven into his own side. And below them the Night King walked unhurried through the broken wall toward the Godswood, toward Bran, toward the end of the world, because the Night King did not need to win the battle in the sky. He needed only to reach the boy in the tree before the boy's brother reached him. The arithmetic was the cruelest he had ever done, and he did it in the half-second the wind allowed him. Every breath he spent fighting the dead dragon was a breath the Night King spent walking toward Bran. Win the duel in the sky and lose the boy in the tree, and the war was lost, because the Greenseer was the only eye that could be sure where the heart lay. There was no version of the night where Jon both beat the corpse and saved his brother. There was only a choice, the same shape as every choice the cold had ever offered him. Spend the thing in front of you to reach the thing that matters. He had spent a Garen on the cold road. He had spent the watches dead at the fist. He had spent an army across a season of burning. Now he would spend the duel itself, the fight his pride wanted to win, and trust the rest of it to the people he had taught himself, against all his bastard's instinct for solitude, to trust. Jon understood the shape of it then, the whole shape, as he understood the worst things all at once and complete. He could not beat the dead dragon, not in time. It would take all night, and he did not have all night. The Night King was already through the wall, and the only victory left was the one Bran had named, the heart. Reach the heart. And the heart was walking across the snow toward his brother while Jon was tangled in the sky with a corpse. So he gave up the fight he could not win to reach the fight he could. He drove Drogon down, away from the dead dragon, a stoop that nearly threw him, the wind screaming, the ground rushing up, the broken courtyard of Winterfell where the Night King walked toward the heart tree, and the dead dragon screamed and followed. And that was the gamble, that was the whole of it, that the corpse would follow the living thing, because the cold could not abide a fire it had not yet put out. Jon came down out of the night behind the Night King with Longclaw in his fist, Valyrian steel, the smoke-gray blade his father's order had carried for 500 years. And as Drogon's claws slammed into the frozen earth, Jon was already moving, already leaping from the dragon's shoulder, already falling toward the crowned thing of ice with the only weapon in the world that could end it. And the Night King turned, unhurried, always unhurried, and caught Jon's blade arm at the wrist with a hand like a vice of frost, and held him in the air and looked at him, fire to ice, the song to the silence, 8,000 years of the long dark regarding the one creature in the world that was both the things it had been made to end. And Daenerys came down on Regal and burned the dead dragon out of the sky behind them. And Bran's voice came from the tree, now, Jon, now, and Drogon, the black dragon. Jon's dragon, the last fire of the cold mountain, lunged the whole vast length of himself forward and closed his jaws around the Night King from behind, not to kill. The cold could not be killed by teeth, but to hold the thing of ice for the single breath that Jon needed. And in that breath Jon Stark, who was Aegon Targaryen, who was ice and fire in one blood at the 1 hour the world needed both, drove the Valyrian blade up through the frost-locked hand, and into the crowned chest, into the heart, into the place where the children of the forest had driven their shard of dragonglass at the dawn of days, and twisted. The Night King shattered. He did not fall, he did not scream. He came apart into 1,000 shards of ice on a wind that howled up out of nowhere and everywhere. And the wind raced out across the snow fields and the broken walls and the whole frozen north. And where it passed the dead fell, all of them, all at once. 100,000 risen men and giants and horses dropping into the snow, as the will that held them upright went out of the world. Bones and rags and old murder collapsing into the drifts, and high above the courtyard the dead dragon. The corpse of Viserion, the last of the Night King's making, fell out of the sky with the blue light dying in its eyes and struck the earth one final time and was still, truly still, still in the way the living long for and the dead are denied, at last released. It went out across the world, that unmaking, farther than the eye could follow or the mind could hold. The wights that had poured through the broken wall fell where they walked. The others on their pale mounts came apart into the snow they had ridden out of. Far to the north, in the haunted forest and the frozen wastes and the heart of all Wayswinter, every soldier of the long dark that the Night King had ever raised in 8,000 years of patience dropped into the drifts at the same instant. A whole buried age of murder released from the will that had held it standing, and the cold that had been a person again became only weather, the thing the children of the forest had made at the dawn of days, and lost, and feared through all the ages of the world, ended in the courtyard of Winterfell on the point of a Stark's Valyrian blade, in the hand of a man who was also a dragon, ice and fire, spending the one to end the other. Exactly as a prince who believed in prophecy had hoped when he fathered a child in the middle of a war, and named him for a conqueror and died before he could see whether the song came true. And then there was silence, and the silence was not the empty silence of the cold. It was the silence after a held breath. And in the east, over the broken battlements of Winterfell, gray and thin and impossibly sweet, the light came up that the living had not been sure they would ever see again. The dawn, the actual dawn, the end of the longest night. Jon Stark knelt in the snow of his father's courtyard with his father's sword still in his hand, and the frost of the Night King's grip dead white on his wrist. And he did not rise for a long time, because his legs would not hold him, and because the count he had carried since the cold road had come due all at once, the whole terrible ledger of it. The Dothraki and the Unsullied and the Wildlings and the brothers and Viserion twice dead, and Jorah Mormont lying where he had fallen at the Queen's feet with a dozen dead men around him, and a smile on his ruined face, the exile who had died defending the home that had cast him out. The dawn had come. The dawn had a price, and the price was most of an army and a dragon and 8,000 years of fear ending in a single courtyard. And Jon knelt in the snow and let himself, For one named and nameless moment, grief. They came up out of the crypts into the light, the children and the mothers and the very old, blinking at a dawn they had been told to stop expecting. And they came down off the broken walls, the wildlings and the freedmen and the handful of the watch, and they walked out among the drifts where 100,000 of the dead had fallen back into the bones and rags they had been. And the snow was already beginning to cover them. The clean snow, the ordinary snow, winter's snow and not the colds. They found Stannis Baratheon dead at his post on the eastern rampart with his sword still in his hand, and more dead men around him than any one man should have been able to account for. And they gave the hard, joyless king the honor of remembering that he had died holding a wall for a realm that had never once thanked him for anything. They found Ed in the gatehouse. They found the Dothraki who would never ride home and the unsullied who had died in the ranks they were freed into, free men at the last, dying where they chose to stand and not where a master sent them. The count was past counting. Jon had carried it the whole way, and now it set itself down on him all at once, and he knelt under the weight of it in the courtyard of his father's house. And the new sun climbed, indifferent and merciful, over the ruin and the survivors both. Then Daenerys came to him across the snow, ash and blood and grief and the rising light all over her, and she put out her hand, as he had put out his in the Godswood at White Harbor, and Jon took it, and she pulled the king in the north to his feet in the first dawn of the new age. And neither of them said anything, because there was nothing in any language that would have been equal to it. And the living, the few, the unkillable few, began to come out of the crypts and down from the broken walls into the light, to learn that they had done the thing the world had told them could not be done, and that the cost of it would take the rest of their lives to pay, and that they were, against everything, alive to pay it. Chapter 9. In Chapter 10. The Dragon King Spring came late and grudging to the north, the way everything came to the north, and it found Jon Stark counting the cost in the courtyard where he had ended the world's oldest war. There was a great deal of cost. The dead had fallen, but they had not fallen gently, and the north they left behind was a country of ash and broken holdfasts and villages that would not see a living soul again for a generation. Half the lords who had cheered him king in the north in this same hall were in the ground or on the wind. The wildlings had been halved and halved again. Of the Dothraki who had crossed the world, a third remained. Of the unsullied, fewer. Winterfell itself stood with a wound in its side, where the dead dragon's blue fire had blown the wall apart. And Jon had given orders that the breach be left unrepaired through the spring. A thing he could not have explained to the masons, except that a realm which forgets what nearly ended it is a realm preparing to be ended, and the broken wall would teach the children what the songs would soon start lying about. They burned Jorah Mormont on a pyre in the Wolfswood, and Daenerys lit it herself, and stood closer to the flames than anyone living should, and did not weep where the host could see her, because she had learned the same lesson Jon had, that a monarch's grief is a public act and must be rationed. She wept later alone, and Jon left her to it, because he had learned that too, the loneliness that a crown welds to a person, the way the people you rule become the people you cannot lean on. Stannis they buried with his sword, the joyless king who had come north on principle and died holding a wall on principle, and Jon ordered him remembered as a king, whatever the southern histories would decide, because the man had earned the title in the only court that mattered, which was the field, on the night the field was everything. They could not burn Viserion. There was not enough of him left, and what there was had frozen to the snow field where he fell, cream and gold gone the gray of old ice, and Daenerys would not let them break the corpse apart for the dragonglass that some practical lord suggested might be salvaged from a dead dragon's bones. She had the body left where it lay, under the open sky, and the snows took it slowly through the spring, and Jon understood the leaving of it as he understood the breach in the wall. There were costs a people had to be made to look at. A dragon dead in the snow before Winterfell was a truer monument than any the Masons could raise, and it said the thing the songs would soon stop saying, which was that the dawn had not come free, that it had come on the backs of the spent and the burned and the twice-killed, and that a realm which let itself forget the bill would find the cold had only been waiting for it to look away. "You're doing the thing," Deanery said. She had taken to finding him on the walls, the way Val used to, the way the dead old Bears Forrester had on the cold road a lifetime ago. She had her brother's books in her and a conqueror's blood and a year of ruling slaves into freedom, and she had become, in the strange forge of the war, the one person in the world who carried a weight the size of John's and could speak to him as an equal under it. "The thinking thing," she said. "The mill. Tyrion calls it your northern brooding. I think it is something worse. I think you are counting again. There's a great deal to count. There always will be. That is the trade." She leaned on the broken battlement beside him and looked south, where the spring was greener and the war was not yet finished. "I have been a queen of ashes and a queen of chains and a queen of a city that hated me, and I will tell you the thing no one told me because someone should have. The counting never stops. You do not win your way out of it. You only choose what you are counting toward." She turned to look at him. "So, the dead are beaten. The north is yours, what is left of it. And there is still a woman on my family's throne who hired sellswords to watch us die, and who will not stop being a danger to every living thing simply because the dead have stopped being one. We have one war left, John, the small one, the stupid one, the one about the chair." Her jaw tightened. "And I find after the other one that I have very little patience left for it." Tyrion argued against the war, which was Tyrion's office, to argue the cautious side until someone talked him out of it. "She is beaten and she does not know it," he said of his sister, over the maps in Winterfell's solar. 20,000 sellswords and a city that hates her. We could starve her out in a year and spend not a single life. And John had answered that a year was a year, the realm spent broken and bleeding, while a woman who had hired the world to watch them die sat on the throne the realm needed to begin healing, and that mercy toward Cersei was cruelty toward the 500,000 she would spend defending herself. And Tyrion had looked at the map a long while, and then nodded, because he had spent his life learning that the kindest-seeming road was not always the kindest, and that a clever man's worst trap was mistaking patience for virtue, when patience only meant someone else paid the price of his delay. "South, then," he had said, "and God's help me. I hope you are as careful with my city as you were with the wildlings, because there are a great many people in King's Landing whose only crime is having been born under a bad queen, and the dragons your family rode have a poor history of telling the guilty from the near. The last war was the smallest and the ugliest, because it was a war the living chose, and John had spent a season learning to hate the wars the living chose. Cersei Lannister would not yield. They sent her terms, generous terms, more generous than she had any right to, because John had decided that a king who begins his reign with mercy he cannot afford is wiser than a king who begins it with cruelty he can, and she sent the terms back with the head of the envoy, and hired 20,000 sellswords of the Golden Company to hold her city, and dug in behind the walls of King's Landing with 500,000 small folk between herself and the dragons, because she had understood one true thing, the only true thing she ever understood, that the dragon blood would not burn a city full of innocents, and that this scruple was a weakness she could hide behind. She had spent her life mistaking other people's decency for an exploitable flaw. It had carried her further than it should have. It was about to carry her as far as it went. They flew south with what the war had left them, 2 dragons where the realm had feared 3, an army of survivors, and a thing that the old conquerors had never brought to a war and that won this one, restraint. It would have been easy to burn King's Landing. That was the lesson John turned over on the long flight south, the most dangerous lesson of his life, more dangerous than the dragon, more dangerous than the crown. He had the power to end the war in an hour, to wash the Golden Company and the Gold Cloaks and the Red Keep and the 500,000 souls between them all away in a single pass of dragon fire. And the terrible thing, the thing he made himself look at, was that part of him wanted to, the part the bond had woken on a frozen mountain, the part that had learned that fire solved the problem in front of it and let you not look at the harder problem behind. He had watched in the Red Country what the dragon lords of old Valyria had become. He had felt, through Drogon, the long intoxication of being the largest thing in the sky, and he understood, flying south toward the city his ancestors had taken with exactly this fire, that the line between the dragon king the realm needed and the mad king the realm feared was not drawn in blood or birth or prophecy. It was drawn, every single day, in the choice to land the dragon when burning would be easier. So he landed the dragon. They broke the Golden Company in the field outside the walls, where breaking an army did not mean burning a city, and the dragons did in an afternoon what would have cost 10,000 lives to do with steel, scattering the sellsword host across the Kingswood, their elephants stampeding, their discipline gone, an army that fought for gold discovering that no sum was worth standing under a dragon. And then, with the field won and the gates in sight, Jon and Daenerys did the thing no conqueror in the history of the world had done. They stopped. They sat the dragons down before the walls of King's Landing, in full view of the terrified men on the battlements, and they offered the city one more chance to open its gates and live. And they waited, fire held, to see whether mercy could take a city that fire had already half broken. The breaking of the Golden Company had shown the small folk what the dragons could do, and that was the point of it, because a threat shown is a threat that need not be spent. The sellswords had formed up in the field in their famous discipline, the company that had never broken its contract, spears bristling, elephants trumpeting, and they had held that discipline against cavalry and against arrows and against everything a normal war could throw at them. And then 2 dragons had come down the length of their line, not burning, only roaring, the down blast of the wings throwing men from their feet, and the sheer impossible size of the things doing what no charge could do. And the company that had never broken broke, because there is no contract that covers the end of the world arriving on wings. They scattered into the Kingswood, and Jon let them scatter and did not hunt them, because a broken army that is allowed to run is an army that tells the next city not to fight, and a broken army that is butchered is a lesson in fighting to the last. He had learned the difference beyond the wall, where the dead never ran, and that was the whole of their horror. The living could be given somewhere to run. It was the mercy that won wars cheaper than slaughter ever had, and the conquerors of old had never learned it, because the conquerors of old had a dragon and stopped thinking the day they got it. The city opened its gates. The Gold Cloaks, who had no wish to die for a queen who had spent the realm's love long ago, threw down their spears and hauled the gates wide, and the small folk who had braced to burn watched 2 dragons fold their wings and not burn them. And a sound went up from the walls that Jon had heard once before, in another courtyard, in another life, the sound of people who had been certain they would die learning that they would not. And it was the sweetest sound in the world, and he had earned it twice now, and he hoped he would never have to earn it a 3rd time, because the price of earning it was always paid first in the fear. Cersei did not open the gates. Cersei went down into the dark under the Red Keep, where the last Targaryen king had hidden his caches of wildfire 300 jars and more beneath the city. The pyromancer's gift the Mad King had meant to use to burn King's Landing rather than yield it, and she made the same choice he had made, because she was, under the Lannister gold, exactly the thing she had spent her life accusing the dragons of being. If she could not hold the city, she would unmake it. She would light the wildfire and take the 500,000 with her and call it victory. The way the Mad King had, the way the Cold had, the way every power that cannot win decides at the end that ruling the ash is better than losing the throne. It was Jaime who stopped her, the Kingslayer who had put his sword through one mad monarch's back to stop exactly this fire and been hated for it his whole life, went down into the dark after his sister. And what passed between them no living soul ever learned. And he came up alone, gray and ruined and finished, and the wildfire did not light, and Cersei Lannister was dead beneath the keep her family had stolen. By the hand of the brother the prophecy had promised her, and the city she would have burned lived on above her. Ignorant, saved, exactly the kind of ungrateful that the living always are toward the ones who pay for them. Jon let Jaime go north into the snow, into a silence he had chosen, because some accounts a king does not settle, and the man who had stopped the fire twice had earned the right to choose his own ending, whatever the histories made of him. The city did not know how close it had come. That was the strangest part, the part Jon turned over afterward. 500,000 souls had gone to sleep that night above 300 jars of wildfire and a queen who would have lit them all, and they woke not knowing it, grumbling about the price of bread and the strange new king and his foreign aunt, exactly as ungrateful and exactly as alive as people always are. He found he did not resent it. He had not saved them to be thanked. He had begun to understand, somewhere over the long winter, that the wish to be thanked was the crack through which the rot got in, the first small lie a savior tells himself on the road to becoming a tyrant, and that the truest kings were the ones the saved never knew to thank, because the disaster they prevented never had a name. He let the city grumble. A grumbling city was a living city. The cold had taught him to know the difference, and to be glad of it, and to ask for nothing more. The Iron Throne sat in the great hall where his grandfather had burned men alive. 1,000 blades of the conquered melted into a chair by dragon fire, ugly and barbed, and exactly as uncomfortable as Aegon the Conqueror had meant it to be. A seat designed to remind a king that ruling should never be easy. Jon stood before it with the realm's eyes on him, the rightful heir by blood, the king in the north by acclamation. The Dragon King the songs were already inventing, and he understood that the most dangerous moment of his life was not the mountain or the wall or the long night, but this, the quiet moment in the one hall, with the throne in front of him and nothing left to stop him taking it. He did not melt it. He had thought about it. On the long flight south, the grand gesture, the dragon's fire unmaking the symbol of the old cruelty, and he had decided against it, because melting the throne would have been a kind of lie, a way of pretending the cruelty lived in the chair and not in the men who sat it. The chair was not the danger. He was the danger, he and Daenerys and every person who would ever hold this much power, and you did not solve the danger by destroying a chair. You solved it, if you solved it at all, the way you landed a dragon every day by choosing. So he kept the throne, and he changed what it meant. I'll not sit it alone. Jon told the assembled lords of the realm, the survivors of the south, and the lords of the north, and the freedmen of the east, and the wildlings who had no lords at all and had come anyway. And I'll not sit it the way it was sat before. The realm nearly ended this winter, because it was a nest of children fighting over a chair while the dark came down, and I'll not rebuild the thing that nearly killed us. He looked at Daenerys, who stood at the foot of the dais, the last of the line he had been born into, the aunt who had crossed the world for this throne and set it down for the living. My aunt has a better claim to this chair than any living soul, and a harder one, and she gave it up once already, for the war for the dawn, when giving it up cost her everything. The realm will be ruled by the two of us or by neither of us, ice and fire, north and south, the wolf's blood and the dragon's, and it will be ruled with the north free under its own law, and the freedfolk free under theirs, and the wildlings given the gift to hold against whatever comes next, because something always comes next, and a realm that forgets that is a realm digging its own grave. He let it land. I am told the singers want to call me the Dragon King. They can call me what they like. I know what I am. I am the man who counts. And I mean to spend the rest of my life counting towards something better than the thing I was born into. And if I ever stop, if I ever decide the fire is easier than the choosing, I am trusting every one of you to put a blade of dragonglass in me before I become the thing we just spent a winter burying. He built the new order as he had built the defense of the wall, out of the pieces to hand, and no illusions about any of them. Tyrion he named Hand, because a king who surrounds himself with men who admire him is a king already half blind, and Tyrion would tell him the cautious truth no flatterer would. The small council he filled with the strange survivors of the strange war, a freedwoman and a maester and a wildling and a fat lord of White Harbor, people who had earned their seats on the night the seats nearly stopped meaning anything. The North he kept free under its own law, a kingdom within the realm, ruled from Winterfell, because the North had crowned him first, and a man does not forget the people who believed in him before he had a dragon to make believing easy. And he wrote into the first laws of his reign, a thing no Targaryen king had ever written, which was a limit on himself, that the dragons would never again be loosed on a city, that fire was for the field and the enemy and never for the cowed, and that any king of his line who broke it forfeited the throne and the name both. The lords thought it strange, a king binding his own hands at the hour of his triumph. Jon knew it was the most important law he would ever make, because he had felt, on the flight south, how badly a part of him had wanted to burn, and a man who has felt that wanting and does not build a wall against it is a man who has not understood the lesson the cold spent 8,000 years trying to teach. It was not a coronation speech. It was a warning and a constraint and a hand held out, and the hall was silent for a long moment, the way the world had been silent after the Night King shattered, the silence of a held breath. Then Wyman Manderley, who had survived even this, heaved himself up out of his chair and drew his sword with a grunt and laid it on the ground before the dais. And the lords of the north followed, and then the lords of the south and the freedmen and the wildlings last of all and loudest. And the cry went up that had gone up in Winterfell's hall a lifetime ago, changed now, larger, the king and the queen, the dragons, the dawn, and Jon Stark, who was Aegon Targaryen, who was ice and fire in one blood, stood before the ugly throne his family had forged out of conquest and did not sit it yet, because there was work to do first, and there was always work, and a king who sat before the work was done was no king at all. They ruled together in the end, the way two clever and dangerous people rule when each has seen the other refuse the easy cruelty, warily, honestly, and better than either would have ruled alone. Daenerys took the south, and the broken cities of the east she would not abandon, and the freedmen who had crossed the world for her, and she ruled them with the conqueror's fire tempered now by the count she too had learned to carry. Jon took the north and the cold marches, and the long watch that never truly ends, because someone of the blood had to keep watching the place the dark had come from, and the realm between them, which had spent 300 years fearing one dragon on the throne, found it could not quite decide what to fear about two who plainly did not want it, who bound their own hands with laws, who had each had the crown alone within their grasp and chosen, instead to share it with the only other living soul who understood its weight. The singers would call it the age of the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen, ice and fire, the wolf and the dragon, and they would make it prettier than it was, because the truth of it was mostly ledgers and hard winters, and two tired monarchs writing each other long letters by raven about grain and justice, and the slow business of keeping a saved world worth the saving. There were nights in the years that followed, when Jon woke from dreams of blue eyes and reached for a sword that was not by the bed, and lay in the dark listening to the wind off the wolfswood, reminding himself that the dead were down, that the long night was ended, that the cold beyond the wall was only cold again. The dreams did not stop. He had not expected them to. A man does not carry a count the size of his and set it down because the war is won. He carries it to the end, and that is the price. And Jon had decided long ago on a frozen mountain that he would pay the prices his choices earned and not complain of them. Because complaint is a thing you do when you believe you deserve better, and he had stopped believing the world dealt in deserving. It dealt in choices and consequences, and the slow work of making one survivable thing after another. He had a realm to keep and a winter that would come again, as winters did, and a dragon at his side that had chosen him out of all the freezing world, and that he had come to think was enough. It was more than a bastard of Winterfell had ever dared to ask. It was, very nearly, a life worth the count. He went home to the north that summer, while it lasted, because the north was where the count had begun and the north was where he could breathe. The realm could be ruled from a raven's wing as well as a throne room, and better, he thought, by a king who remembered the cold than by one who let the South's warmth make him forget. Sam came back from the citadel with a chain around his neck, and a wagon of books, and a determination to write the true history before the singers finished replacing it with a prettier one. Bran stayed in the north in the trees, the three-eyed raven, the realm's memory and its watchman, because someone had to keep watching, because the dead were beaten but the world was old and full of buried things, and the watching never truly ends. Tormund took the free folk back beyond the wall to the lands the cold had emptied, to live free in the country that was theirs, and Jon let them go, and opened the gates of the wall both ways for the first time in 8,000 years, because a wall that only kept things out was a wall that had forgotten what it was for. And Val he did not let go. She had put her hand over his heart on the eve of the longest night, the free folk's mark for a thing meant to be returned to, and Jon had survived to return to it, and what passed between them was their own, and the singers would invent something prettier and get it wrong, the way they got everything wrong, and Jon found he did not mind, because the true thing was his, and the false thing was the realm's, and a king learns to keep the two apart or he loses the first to the second. On a clear evening at the turn of summer, he climbed the broken wall of Winterfell, the one he had ordered left unhealed, and he stood in the gap where the dead dragon's blue fire had blown 8,000 years of granite apart, and he looked north, toward the wall and the cold beyond it, the country that had killed the man he used to be and birthed the one he was. Drogon came to him over the wolfswood, vast and black and patient, the last fire of the cold mountain, the god who had crossed the world chasing a song and found a frozen bastard at the end of it, and the bond opened between them, the red country, still his, still a marriage and not a leash, and Jon put his hand against the warm black scale, and the two of them looked out at the dark together, the king who counted and the dragon who had chosen him, ice and fire reconciled in one man at last. On the wall of a house that knew him, in the first summer of an age that the songs would get wrong and the count would always remember, the dragon sang, low, the long note Jon had first heard on a dying mountain at the end of the world. It was not a warning this time. The dead were beaten, the realm was held, the dawn had come and been paid for, and the note that rolled out over the wolfswood and the broken walls and the recovering north was something the cold had never once managed in all its 8,000 patient years. It was content. Jon Stark stood on the wall of his father's house with his hand on a dragon and the whole hard-won world spread out below him, and for the length of one long breath, the mill in his chest went quiet and he let it, and the summer light went gold across the snow, and somewhere south a realm that did not deserve him learned slowly to live again, which was the only victory the cold had ever truly feared, and the only one worth a king. Chapter 10. End.